Okay, welcome everybody to the, what's the date? The May 24th Planning Board meeting. We are going to shuffle a few items, but I think we're going to begin with the approval of minutes. Moved by Brian Lyons. Second, roll call vote. All in favor?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Yechiel.
Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Check.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're gonna begin quickly. I think with item.
I think the city
go
attorney
ahead.
needs to do an intro real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with members of the Planning Board physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or dial *9. Next, I'll read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in anyone who will be testifying today on any quasi-judicial applications. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Then we're going to begin with request for continuance, item 2, PB 220505.
So yes, the item is supposed to go before the Historic Preservation Board before it comes to the Planning Board. The Historic Preservation Board continued the item. Therefore, we're requesting that the Planning Board continue the item as well.
Move to continue. Second.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion. Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We're going to move on to progress report, item PB 210435 on page 15 of our packet, the Lincoln Eatery.
Okay, this is a progress report for the Lincoln Eatery. This came before the board last month. They had some violations from noise regarding the rooftop operations. Since that point, they have hired a new manager. They have not had any new violations. Therefore, staff is recommending that the planning board discuss the item and that they suspend further progress reports.
Can I ask, what is the existing cup? If they're allowed to have rooftop ambient DJ until what time?
They're allowed to have rooftop ambient DJ until
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Okay.
Good morning. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez with offices of Greenberg Traurig on behalf of the property owner. I know from the last progress report, we had just hired, turned over, the property owner hired a manager to oversee the tenant while the operator, while we're still working on having him evicted. That's an ongoing litigation process. But we have made sure that while they're still there are no additional violations or calls or concerns, and we've worked with the city, we've worked with, and like I said, the manager's been making sure that they adhere to the conditions of the CUP. And we support staff that at this point, I think we have it under control with an extra layer of vigilance. And we'll come back to this board once we have another operator, or at this point, I think once that operator's out, the Terra is going to operate their own, use the venue themselves.
I have one question. Tell me if this is correct. The last time this application came before us, the owner of the facility spoke. And then I think I read in here that 3 days after that, there was another noise violation. Is that correct?
Yes. It was 2 months ago when we first came before this board, and this board was very clear that if this couldn't continue, that you would move to a revocation modification of the CUP. At that time, the landlord, the property owner, took extra actions by looking to hire a manager to have a day-to-day oversight over the operator. And that person was supposed to start Monday. The Monday before he started, the operator went off and had another loud event, which triggered a violation, which they appealed, but also started the eviction process to have him removed. And then when we came here last month, that violation was after, it was in between hearings. It was brought up, it was before we had our manager in place. So our manager's in place has been over a month now. So he's ensured that while the operator's still there, he complies with all the conditions of the CUP. So we haven't had any problems since he's been on board. And that's why I think staff is recommending that at this point we don't need another progress report.
So you're sure that there haven't, 3 days after you were here, there was another violation. So you're sure after that there was no other violations?
Since my the April planning board meeting, we were here. We haven't had any problems. The problem happened. It
was March 25th.
In March.
Okay.
So.
And staff would advise you if there was. I think you said there haven't been, correct?
No, there.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't
well.
find any additional violations.
Unless anyone has any discussion, I would move to follow staff's recommendation.
Maybe.
Second.
Maybe should we just see if there's anyone from the public about this?
Oh, sorry.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move it.
Moved by.
Suspend further reports.
Moved by.
Behave, or you want to see you back.
Seconded by Ms. Bott.
Okay. Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Durham.
Yes.
Mr. Elias.
Yes, and I'm glad you took care of it. So.
Mr.
Free
Frieden.
place. Yes.
Mr. Jelpy.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to a little out of order, new applications. We're going to look at the development agreements for the city-owned parking lots. This is item PB 220521 on page 73 of the board packets.
Okay. Let me go to those pages.
73
on your page 73.
Okay, page 73. So these are two companion items. PB 22-0520 is a proposal for parking lot 27, which is just north of Lincoln Lane, and then PB 22-0521 is for parking lots P25 and P26. So the P25 and P26 there's an RFP proposal from the Integra Group. And then the other proposal for Lot 27 is from a group called TPC. And so these are before the planning board. because pursuant to the regulations of the GU district, when there's a use being proposed that is not listed in the list of permitted uses of the GU district, they have to come before the planning board for a discussion on the proposed uses. So in this case, for both properties, what's being proposed is Class A office, ground floor retail, public parking spaces to replace the existing public parking spaces on those vacant lots, and additional parking to satisfy the off-street parking requirements of the proposed uses. We have Raquel Williams of the Economic Development Department that can go into a little more detail.
Yeah, and I just want to, before you start, want to add something I think was important. I don't know how many of you all did the 1 hour session with them to get educated on the matter, but the key that I think, and I think you mentioned it, is that the actual plan and uses will come back before us, correct? Not the uses that they're permitted to do, but the specific project will come back before us?
The specific project, it gets approved by the design review board.
Right.
So the actual building design project, that goes to the design
Right,
review
but what comes back to us? Anything?
If any additional uses that may be proposed that are not contemplated here would have to come before this board
Got it,
again.
okay. My
I
mistake.
don't mean to interrupt, but Carter McDowell, I represent the Starwood Integra Group. These buildings are all over 50,000 square feet, so I believe it doesn't have to come back?
The GU district doesn't have that listed as a conditional
Okay,
use.
I thought I'd been told otherwise by the director.
Yeah, I thought I had heard that too, but anyway, I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you.
Good morning, Raquel Williams, Economic Development Director. Thank you, Rogelio, for teeing it up. And thank you to all of you planning board members. All of you ultimately decided to take us up on our offer to have a briefing, including the chair, who knew he would be absent today but wanted to make sure that he was up to speed on what was going on with these projects. And so this is the 7th public meeting of 10 being proposed to push this initiative forward to increase Class A office inventory in Miami Beach on Lincoln Lane. I just wanted to highlight that we did provide the terms of the development agreements and ground leases as part of the package as background, although we'll focus on the uses. We just wanted to give that additional context. So I wanted to give a little bit of history. The City Commission did authorize an RFP to be released in June of last year. Proposals were received in January of this year and evaluated. The City Commission ultimately decided to allow the administration to move forward with negotiations on 2 projects, one encompassing P25 and P26 and the other for P27. The purpose of the RFP and the projects overall are to increase Class A office inventory, promote activity on Lincoln Lane and enhance the pedestrian experience, provide local employment opportunities, promote a live, work, play atmosphere, and also to diversify and grow the economy. So as part of the RFP, there were some minimum requirements, and one of those was to include 50% of the available FAR for Class A office. The RFP also called for a long-term ground lease of 99 years. The RFP required a retail liner to make sure to activate the street. The RFP also, and very importantly, requested and required that replacement parking of all the existing parking that is currently at each one of the sites, that they are replaced by the developer at no cost to the city, and those parking spaces will be available at municipal rates in perpetuity. So just to go into a little bit about each project, let's start with item number 6 on your agenda, which is the Integra project for P25 and P26. So the lot size is approximately 85,000 square feet. On P25, a 6-story building is being proposed. On P26, an 8-story building. The total office that is being proposed is about 130,000 square feet, with 24,000 square feet of retail. This project will be governed by 2 ground leases, although there will be 1 development agreement, but because there are 2 separate sites, we're moving forward with 2 separate leases. Going on to item number 7, which is the TPC project proposed for P27. So unlike the Integra project, this is focused on 1 parcel. The lot size is approximately 60,000 square feet. A 6-story building is being proposed with about 80,000 square feet of office 69,000 square feet of residential, which distinguishes this project from the other, as well as 9,500 square feet of retail. The project will include 43 units of market rate residential housing units. You may recall that on April 26th, this body unanimously approved 3 land development amendments or land use amendments, one tied to the comp plan to allow for market rate residential to be developed on the site, whereas affordable and workforce housing was already permitted. You voted in favor of allowing market rate units. The other amendment was tied to the off-street parking requirement. So rather than diminish the available FAR on the site and effectively punish the developers for having to replace the parking that exists today, we wanted to ensure that the FAR available would not be diminished by the replacement parking, which we're requiring them to provide, again, at no cost to the city. Also, the height increase to go from between 75 and 85 feet to 100 feet. This would allow for an additional floor for the P26 parcel for Integra. So we would also be getting additional ceiling heights on the P25 parcel. And as you may be aware through your discussions, ceiling heights are definitely an attractive feature for Class A office space. So we want to be able to attract the best tenants possible, and we thought that the height increase would allow for not only additional ceiling heights, but an additional floor of office to the benefit of the city as well as to the developer. So just to go into the uses a little bit more, I did want to highlight, and I'm not sure that we did in all of the briefings, but the city is contemplating if and how we would be able to phase the project such that both projects, if approved by the voters, would not proceed at the exact same time. We want to be mindful of the impacts, and so we are evaluating opportunities to either stagger the projects or see how we can mitigate any impacts to allow for both projects to move forward. The parking is going to be phased for the Integra site, so they do have the benefit of P25 and P26, and so Integra will be able to contain all of the quote-unquote displaced parking within the site by utilizing valet at no cost to the city, so we won't receive any parking impacts from that development project. For the TPC site, they don't have the benefit of 2 parcels, and so the displaced parking is anticipated largely to be accounted for in other city parking lots as well as private parking facilities in the area. So the lower levels of the parking structures for all projects will be available to the public for use to make sure that it's as convenient as possible for visitors as well as for residents. The municipal parking rates that exist right now and in the future, that's what will be used for the rates for the public parking spaces in perpetuity. The city will retain the net revenue from the replacement parking, and the city may also cause the developer to operate the parking facilities at our discretion, and so there may be an opportunity there for some cost savings if the city does move in that direction. Going on to the residential, there have been some discussions at the commission level in terms of a set-aside or dedication of upfront revenue or revenue for the first $10 million or the first few years of the project. That's still being discussed as a policy decision to support affordable and workforce housing. So whereas the comp plan amendment allowed for market rate and the project, TPC's project, is proposing all market rate, the commission is wanting to potentially set aside funding to ensure affordable and workforce housing development occurs in the city. I wanted to touch on the retail uses. We wanted to make sure to enhance the Lincoln Road experience and the city center experience and have some active retail uses on the ground floor. That was one of the requirements in the RFP as stated before. And so the retail opportunities we anticipate will be unique and enhance the area and not take away from Lincoln Road. As you know, Lincoln Road has gone through some cycles, and we would love to see this project enhance Lincoln Road. There will also be a pocket park on P26 that's part of the Integra project across from the Apple Store. And as most of you saw in the renderings that we provided during the briefings, we anticipate that the pocket park is going to be highly accessible and used by the public. At this time, I'm going to pause if you have any questions.
I just have one, and I think you covered this in the briefing, but I want to make sure I understood it properly. The parking that you're replacing is for the public. The parking for the tenants will also be available when not being used. Is that something you talked about?
So parking is required for the other uses of the
Right.
project, particularly for the office and the residential. Now, those private parking spaces will be utilized by the residents as well as the office tenants. Now, it is anticipated that because these parking spaces will be available after hours when, office use is not as active, we anticipate that there will be an increase overall to the number of parking spaces. We have not deemed that those parking spaces will be available at city rates. We anticipate that the developers and operators of the facilities could and will make that parking available. There are some economies of scale that the city has citywide because of the number of parking spaces that the city operates throughout. So, we're not certain that charging municipal rates for the privately developed and operated parking spaces would be able to land us at the same rates as for the city spaces. So that's something that we're continuing to discuss with both development teams.
And a quick clarification about that. The parking exemption from FAR, that's for existing parking, but not new required parking? Or for all parking?
The replacement parking.
Just replacement. And required parking?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Just curious, the exemption from FAR for parking, is it for the replacement spaces as well as the new required spaces for the new uses?
Correct.
So all of it in
Yes.
total is,
The required parking is currently exempt from FAR and citywide, so those would already be exempt, but the replacement parking would not have been required by those uses, so it would have eaten into the FAR had this new parking requirement not been created.
all right.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, of course. So just to clarify, the existing government rate parking open to the public will, when it's replaced, continue to be at government rates. Whatever additional parking that may be made available to visitors after the intended use for tenants is not needed, may or may not be at government rates. That's still something you're thinking about with the developers.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to understand that. Then I have two other questions. Retail is challenged right now on Lincoln Road throughout the city, everywhere. So what steps will be put into place to ensure that we don't build something with more empty storefronts?
That's a very good question, and this has been discussed at the committee level and commission level as well. I think each development team does have some concepts for how to incorporate unique retail opportunities. We don't want to lock the developers into a specific framework over a 99-year lease term, because we think some things that are trendy now or popular now may not be that way in 10 years, 15 years. So the intent here is to incorporate more mom and pops and unique types of retailers rather than the big boxes and the chains. So we do think that incorporation of a few of those would be helpful and attractive to make sure that we get as many people on the street and patronizing those businesses. But the intent here is to diversify it, to make it a lot more interesting for residents and tourists.
I mean, I will just say that anybody who's lived here for a long time bemoans the decline of Lincoln Road, not just in overall activity, but also the type of retail that's available. People miss, Pink Palm Produce or whatever it was called, and aren't so psyched to go to Lincoln Road to go to, Ross or H&M, because you can go to any mall in America and go to those. So I'm encouraged to hear discussion about encouraging mom and pop stores. I'm concerned about the idea of having a couple of those sort of bigger anchor stores. Like you can go to other parts of the city for that. You can go to any mall anywhere for that. And I would really strongly encourage to find ways to activate it with small, engaging, retail operations. I'm sorry, it looked like you're about to pop in and say something.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate the question. Donahue Peebles representing the TPC team. And in this particular instance, you you and I are very much aligned. Retail is a de minimis component relative to total building area for our project, and as a consequence, we believe that it needs to be accretive to the other uses. As both teams are developing ultra Class A office space, it's important to us that we have retail that speaks to our tenant base. That's not a Ross, that's not a Gap. Those are the mom and pop stores that create the street level cultural vibrancy that Lincoln Road once had. I think what's happened to Lincoln Road now is that the owners of those storefronts are retail investors solely, and as a consequence, they're concerned with the yield that they can receive from the spaces and the credit profile of the tenants. As a consequence, that leads them to pick big box retailers with colossal balance sheets, but no community orientation. We have the opposite incentive structure, and so as a consequence, all of us here are very much aligned. And I think you'll find that with more owners like us and more mixed income developments along Lincoln Road, the character and the nature of the retail component will change.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I do have one more question, maybe more for staff. It is also encouraging to see one of the developments have a component of market rate or potentially affordable housing. We have an item coming up as a discussion item next month, a pretty meaty item about affordable housing, workforce housing, and I'm not talking about Section 8, not that there's anything wrong with Section 8. People need homes in whatever stage of life they're in, but this notion of where do our teachers, police, young couples starting out, young, interns who are working at the medical facilities, where do those people live? They can't live
City planners.
City planners, city staff, poorly paid marketing executives, whatever it is. But seriously, so we're talking about where can people who actually work for a living go to offices every day, go to schools, go to firehouses, where do they live other than other cities, right? We have housing that is affordable to people who don't have a lot of money, and we have housing that is affordable to people, bless you, who have enough money for third, fourth, fifth, sixth homes. So that is a big conversation that's going to happen next month. I don't know how we do this exactly, but I would like to sort of take that part of the proposal and be able to revisit it after we hopefully come to some ideas about what to recommend to the commission about how to move forward on this. Bless you. So that any ideas of how to do this in a sort of holistic, thoughtful way can potentially be incorporated into what is being proposed here. And I don't know what options we have for that.
If I may, I'd like to invite the developer for the P27 site proposing the 43 units of market rate housing. We did, look at another proposal for 9 units of workforce housing, and ultimately we, the developer as well as the city, move forward with recommending the 43 market rate units. So I invite Donahue to speak to how we got to that point.
Absolutely. And again, I very much appreciate the question. What I think, first off, we build a fair amount of affordable housing nationally. In fact, we have a $150 some odd million pipeline of affordable housing at 50% AMI and below, with a special allocation to permanent supportive housing. What oftentimes cities confront with respect to the development of affordable housing is the balance of competing objectives. Every unit of affordable housing often requires some soft money subsidy, and the objective is to maximize the dollars spent by the municipality to yield the highest number of units. And what we found in our economic analysis, and the economic analysis we did in conjunction with the city, is that our ability to provide workforce housing at this location has a meaningfully adverse effect in what we can pay from a ground lease standpoint, and that incremental revenue that we would be able to provide to the city, both on a present value and on an incremental basis, would be better used at other sites where units have a lower cost of construction, where we'd be able to house more families and solve the affordable housing crisis more efficiently. What I'll also say is that including residential in a mixed-use project like this, of course, yields public safety benefits, as it has more eyes on the street, as opposed to them being desolate during off-work hours after 5 p.m. and before 9 a.m. Certainly residents will spend more time in the mornings walking their dogs, and certainly in the evenings frequenting dinner establishments and the like. But what it also does is it serves to solve one of the most pernicious issues with respect to housing affordability in municipalities, and that's artificial supply constraints. Historically, cities, and particularly land-constrained urban environments, suffer from an increase in population, an increase in demand without the requisite increase in units. And that, in large cases, drives supply upwards. If you think about cities like New York and San Francisco, cities that have suffered from long-standing affordable housing crises, you see extensive portions of neighborhoods that have no density or have a density that's very similar to a city that was 1/6, or in San Francisco's case, 1/9 the size that it is today. By including more residential units, we'll do our part and encourage other developers to increase the amount of units available in the marketplace, and as a consequence have a downward effect on price. But meaningfully, on our site, as I mentioned before, including affordable housing units has such a downward effect on our ability to pay the city that we concluded that it was more efficient to pay the city more money and allocate those dollars elsewhere.
So what sort of housing are you envisioning including in these 43 units?
I imagine...
Market rate could mean, FAINA market rate, or, what are we talking about here?
Certainly
2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments, or...
That's exactly right. I think you can think of sort of typical Class A new construction multifamily housing. I think it'd be very challenging for us to replicate what the FAINA or what other ultra-luxury beachfront condominium co-located with luxury hotel units are receiving. But certainly housing that's for professionals and for urban professionals at sizes that make sense both for single individuals and for families. I think that there will likely be a preference for families as they get larger to move out of multifamily residential rental housing, and so we've skewed more towards single individuals, younger couples, younger families, and seniors.
We're also in consideration of the fact that the Class A office market tends to attract businesses that offer employment opportunities at the higher levels. It is likely that the office users, the day-to-day employees, they would likely be priced out of an affordable or workforce housing unit because of the wages that they would make. So to consider...
What a horrible problem to have.
Additionally, the April 26th recommendation of this body to allow for market rate units was incorporated in the City Commission's decision to proceed with negotiations for this project. The administration has negotiated some financial terms for each project, and a shift from market rate to inclusionary housing would definitely shift the financial aspects of the project and would cause renegotiations of the financial terms.
I appreciate your comments, and I would just ask the board to keep in mind as we consider this that, unlike New York, it's very difficult to incentivize workforce housing in Miami. So, giving government use property for private development, I'm okay with the idea of, paying revenue into a fund to develop that, but can we solidify that in some way? Is there some, proposal so that this actually happens and it isn't,
I think, and Rogelio and Nick can correct me, but if the planning board would like to make an additional recommendation beyond the scope of the uses, I think that's within your authority to, make that intent known to the commission. But it will be a policy decision by the city commission.
And you mentioned the commission's already contemplating that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
are the terms of the agreement they're not yet finalized? Is that right? My understanding is that there's still some negotiating finalization to be had.
Right. We have gone to the Finance Committee with the financial terms of the deal, and the Finance Committee did recommend that the projects both go to the City Commission, which occurred on May 4th. So the financial aspect of negotiations has largely been completed and recommended to the City Commission. The City Commission made their recommendation to proceed with the development agreements and ground leases based on the financial proposal.
As it is. So there's at this point, it doesn't appear that there's any further negotiation that will take place.
Well, the City Commission did advise on May 4th for the administration and the development teams to revisit certain topics, including a commission at transfer, as well as parking revenues during construction. We talked about a potential, earlier reset of the lease. So those were the points that the commission zeroed in on and advised the administration to go back to the development teams to work on those aspects. But as far as the market rate versus the affordable or workforce, they did not give direction for us to revisit that.
Yes, we could consider a recommendation at the end, but Mr. Cement.
Thank you. Generally, supportive of both of these plans, and it's at least my understanding that the vast majority of what's in front of us is not within our purview. Really, what's in our purview is solely just the uses for these GU zone properties, correct?
That's correct.
So with that in mind, I'm very supportive of the uses that are in front of us. And the only thing that I would really want to include in an additional recommendation is solidifying in some way from the development team that the community will not get just the parking that's going to be replaced one for one, but some additional type of parking after hours. I believe that projects like these will be so successful that there will be more people coming to the area. So one for one isn't necessarily enough, but I'd like to see some additional parking that's included, ideally with additional recommendation that we can make.
Sure. And why don't we, are there any more presentations, or is that it?
We do have Carter McDowell here representing the Integra project. I don't know if Carter wants to say anything.
Sure, and we also have renderings that we can happily share with the group as well.
Yeah, I think we have seen the renderings, but it might be good to pull them up just for the record.
We have ours that they can pull up also. On the parking issue, we've provided within our design 100% of the required parking with no reduction for alternate parking, etc. And we've provided 100% of the replacement parking. We've also provided bike, scooter, and other parking in significant numbers with showers where we could have asked to reduce our parking, but we have not. In response to making additional parking available, we need to go through our leasing because reserve parking is often a very critical part of negotiating Class A office leases. So we won't know for sure how many spaces we could make available after hours because they would be reserved parking and they're secured. We certainly want to do that, but we have to, at this moment in time, until we have tenants, reserve the right to have those as reserved parking spaces for those tenants. It is truly a critical issue in negotiating Class A office space. We will make those spaces available to the extent they're not required within our leases. We don't have a problem with doing that, although there are some security logistical issues. It's our intent, but we literally are providing excess parking in a sense because we could be reducing our required parking by almost 50%. So we expect there will be additional parking, and we expect that they will be available. And I am sure, honestly, on major weekends where there's an event at the convention center, et cetera, that they'll be made available. Again, they will be at market rate, whatever that may be.
So I guess my follow-up question to that would be, and it's a question for Raquel and also development teams, how far along is the design process?
It's at a conceptual level. You've seen the renderings. We have floor plans for every floor. I can show you where every parking space is at a conceptual level.
No, so considering that it's just conceptual, is there any room, and I'm not saying that there is support for it, but it's just spitballing here, so to speak. Let's say, as part of your ask to go a floor higher, the city also gets an additional floor of parking. So
within our design, we are providing an additional floor of parking. And we have the ability within P26, which is where the additional floor is, we actually have the ability within the height limit to provide enough space to put in parking lifts on that floor. So we have flexibility in terms of parking. If we find, one of the things we could explore, but honestly it is down the road, we are going to all need to learn how this works together. Once we're occupied, we will have the bike and other alternate parking within our building to potentially reduce what's required parking. and then make that additional increment available as public parking. But I respectfully would ask that you allow us to work with the city administration and make sure our collective goal is to bring the best, highest quality tenants to Miami Beach that we can. And we've designed our projects that we have a lot of flexibility to address those issues. And we will work with the city to do that going forward. There are lots of ways that can be accomplished. But until we start doing tenant negotiations, we need to have the flexibility to address.
Could I just add that as part of the approval process by the commission will need to approve the conceptual drawings, the conceptual plans, and then as we get closer to going before the design review board and getting building permit, then the city administration will be verifying that the advanced drawings or designs meet the conceptual requirement that the city commission approved. And so we do have a whole process that is going to occur if the commission allows for these projects to move forward. And so right now everything is conceptual, but of course we'll be fine-tuning everything going forward.
And while I appreciate Rogelio's interpretation, it won't surprise me if we end up coming back to you with the larger buildings. So just because there's...
Well, if you do stacked parking, you'll come back to it.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. I definitely will have to come back for that. But anyway, we may end up coming back on the 50,000 square foot issue too, because both council were expecting that in our time frames. Thank you.
I guess for me, wait, sir, before you leave, I guess one of the concerns that I have is,
forgive me,
the making sure that the tenants and their guests, when the guests come to the offices, they're using the private spaces and not using up the public spaces. And that's been always, spoken with staff about my concern about making sure that those, you're bringing in many more visitors and many, tenants into that area. The city parking will most likely be significantly cheaper than the private parking, even if it's like validated or whatever. So is there a way to, I guess, restrict or make sure that the tenants and their guests are using the private parking as opposed to the more convenient and probably less expensive parking on the first couple floors that should be reserved for the public?
From my perspective, it is my anticipation that the office users are going to have those parking spaces made available to them as part of their lease agreements to be in the building. So once you have
really
a lease, okay, these are our parking spaces. As to the guests, that is a legitimate concern, and that's something that we're talking through. We're also talking through how the public parking and the parking for the other uses will be distinguished and how it will be accessed and operated. So all of those concerns are definitely things that we are talking through and something that is on our radar. So I appreciate that point.
Right. And it's out of our purview, but I think it's a great recommendation because it's true. The tenants will have their reserved spots, but the guests clearly...
We will work with the city to come up with a mechanism. I can't tell you I know exactly what that mechanism will be.
Right.
Interestingly, it may facilitate the other discussion too, because if we were to make our visitor parking, the first spaces within the private parking, maybe we can also then turn those spaces back over to the public after hours.
Yeah,
so
that would be great.
There are some mechanisms we can work on. There are some smart parking systems that we're going to be implementing, and we'll work with the city and with the parking consultants to come up with the best solution we can.
Great. Maybe we open it up to the public. Is anyone here?
I had some questions.
Well, I was going to see if
that's a good idea.
And then we'll discuss after.
Yeah. We have one hand raised. Matthew?
Hi, good morning, and thank you for taking public comment. It's really interesting that the majority of the conversation on this really important and a project for the city is revolving around parking once again. When this was discussed at land use a few months ago, a prominent local developer talked about on his projects how he's required to build too much parking and that they don't fill their garages and that they would like to build less parking. This is such a vibrant city where a lot of people don't necessarily drive and that we have a lot of other options. So they're raising the height limit for this area, and now there's talk, do you want to build a whole nother level of parking? Let's build more space for people. If there's going to be residential uses in here, build more housing. That's a crisis in a city, not parking. I'm pulling my hair out listening to this conversation this morning. So the more parking that we have, the more space for people, whether it's office or residential housing, is better. Thank you very much for taking this comment.
Thank you, Matthew. And to that point, the parking is not replaced in the FAR for the project, so I think that accommodates it a little bit. Is no one else from the public?
That was the only hand we had raised, but there may be somebody in the chambers.
Hi, all. My name is Joseph Magazine, 650 West Avenue. Had never met Donahue. Impressive presentation. I think where he was going is one thing that I've observed over years in the city. A lot of younger people, the working class professionals, 25 to 40 and things like that, we've seen them kind of flee the beach and move across the Brickell, Midtown, Wynwood. A lot of that reason is because of the, take Mayor Gelber's words, the live, work, play environment, but a lot of it is also because of the housing options over there. We do have a very dated housing stock, and unfortunately, all the upgrades that we see are the prime faena lots where developers can squeeze every single dollar in these multi-million-dollar buildings. But younger 30-somethings that are working like to go out, support their local economy after work. They're living in the two-twos. New, updated amenities, new kitchens. You just feel fresh. You feel clean. I think not only will that have strong demand, but that in itself will support the economic vibrancy of Lincoln Road. When I walk down Lincoln Road, I do agree with some of the reasons why there was a retail vacancy, which was brought up in the conversations before. But the other reason is because there's no customers. And why are there no customers? If you walk 1 or 2 or 3 blocks on any side of Lincoln Road, it is largely for housing for people without the economic means to support Lincoln Road. Now, of course, they deserve a place to live, and we need to be supportive of our most vulnerable. But in terms of supporting economic vibrancy, if you can incorporate that into a project along Lincoln Road where not only are you fulfilling the office space dilemma, but also providing housing for a new generation of people that are going to economically support our city, I think that's a win-win. So I just wanted to share my comments with the group. Thank you for all the diligence.
Thank you. So if there's no one else, we can close the public comment. Ms. Durham, you want to?
Thank you. Raquel, you said there was a bid and there's 2 winners, 2 teams of winners?
There was a request for a proposal process, and multiple developers submitted proposals for various combinations of parcels. The City Commission authorized the administration to negotiate with the 2 teams before us today. That's the Integra team and the TPC team.
Do you remember how many people bid?
There were 3 development teams that provided proposals. Some provided more submittals than others. For example, the TPC team submitted 3 or 4 proposals, but were only awarded to have the administration negotiate with them for P27.
So there were 3 teams bidding and 2 won, basically.
2 were authorized to
2
move
were
forward
authorized.
with
I could use the word 1, you say authorized. Okay, so 2 out of 3. Okay, those are pretty good odds if you were bidding. I'm just saying. My other question is the Pocket Park. How many square feet is that?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. And
maybe we
as
could
it's still
pull up the project
conceptual.
renderings
Okay.
while we discuss that.
Well, it's just a rendering. Would there be a possibility to legislate how the size of the one pocket park or the size of multiple pocket parks? Because I think that's important. Unlike Lincoln Road, this project, I saw the pictures, is built out practically end to end to the edges of the property. It's not like Lincoln Road where it brings together people and community and a place to socialize.
Can we pull up the renderings of the project, please?
There was a presentation submitted by Mr. McDowell. And you as well.
In the meantime, can I ask more
by
questions?
Ms. Slavens.
The rent that the developer is paying the city, is that going to be a flat rent? I heard somebody mention $3.5 million a year, or is it like per square foot they're going to pay? How does that work out, the financials?
The city has negotiated financial terms with each of the projects. They're different projects. So the rent is not a flat rent. There's a minimum base rent, and there's also effective gross income, which is percentage rent. The city would be receiving the higher of the base rent or the EGI.
What's EGI stand for?
Effective gross income.
So the income generated from the entire project, so the retail, the parking, and the offices.
Right. The city would be collecting 5% of that if that is above the base rent.
And the base rent's based on square footage?
The base rent that has been negotiated, and I can go into the details.
No, just very briefly. Like, is it based on square footage?
So the present value, if we're looking at the price per square foot, for the Integra project, that's $412.92. Again, this is present value. And for TPC, it's $412.27. So within,
and what do
cents
Lincoln Road retail people pay in rent on average? Do you know?
I do not know what the average rent is across Lincoln Road right now. I know there are a lot of vacancies, and I know that some of the vacancies are as a result of rents that are very high or requests from property owners that aren't attractive to the retail market.
Going back to the parking, you made very good points. But I noticed it feels like half the retail on Lincoln Road is empty. Yet, the surface parking lots are full to the brim. So I think we should recommend something very specific, 100 more public parking spaces beyond the replacement. And those public parking spaces should be city parking rates. Everything we hear, the solutions, I'm not satisfied with because, it's just words. There's nothing being legislated. Nothing's in stone. And, when people just, promise things with their words, it's not enough, I don't think, for the public to go on when we're going to be voting on this. So in general, I don't agree with the usage, and I think I have very good reasons. I don't agree with the parking, the number of parking spaces, and this method of parking. I am very concerned that the tenants who are not receiving free parking guaranteed and the employees at the retail stores, they're not receiving guaranteed free parking, that they will park in the very inexpensive city parking lot. I think the open space also needs to be legislated. For example, the pocket park, you should guarantee 4 pocket parks, and each should be at least, 5,000 square feet. This is going to increase competition for Lincoln Road. So maybe this will actually keep Lincoln Road stores empty because now we have brand new, spanking new, beautiful retail space that might be more inexpensive. I think that's why they removed initially the retail space that was supposed to be included in the convention center, because they didn't want to have it compete with Lincoln Road. Public benefit. I did a little research, and previously the city has given outstanding public benefits to convert public parking lots. For example, the Holocaust Museum, Rebecca Towers, which is affordable housing, Pride Park, which is a public park, New World Symphony, which is a public park and provides culture and arts. I don't see any outstanding or really very minimal public benefit for this project, even though it's on public property. Though staff has mentioned that additional property tax is the ultimate public benefit. However, my reply is every property owner is required by law to pay property tax, so I don't believe property tax is a public benefit. So those are my concerns. I'm not going to be voting for this because I think I've made very good points. Thank you.
Gail, one response to the public benefit is that I think the idea of incentivizing Class A office is that, you know, those are people who are going to be here during the day, not vacationing at the beach, but in their offices, patronizing local businesses, lunch establishments, things like that. And so I think it's not a public benefit, but it's a kind of activation of a space that's there.
So I did think of that, but then Raquel confirmed to me that the unemployment rate in Miami Beach is 2.3%. That is probably the lowest in the country. So people already have office jobs. I see these offices, you know, the unemployment rate in Dade County is very high. I see these office jobs perhaps going to the people who have a high unemployment rate and don't have jobs. So people coming here and traveling, causing more traffic on the causeway. That's a possibility, just as you said, your possibility. You know, it's like 50-50 chance.
The way that I would view it is the unemployment rate means that, again, the businesses in Miami Beach are full, which would hopefully, you know, prove that if you bring more businesses or if you create more office space, that space would be utilized.
I don't understand. The unemployment rate has to do with people. The people are all employed, whether they're working here or they're working in Miami mainland.
Well, but I mean,
could I just add?
Correct me if I'm wrong. But.
So, one of the goals here is to attract some of those businesses that have already located in Miami, and perhaps their CEOs live in Miami Beach, and you know, when their 3-year or 5-year lease is up and Lincoln Lane is ready, then they can bring their business from across the bay or from wherever else in the country, or if a business here in Miami Beach wants to expand and grow to a larger space. So we want to provide employment opportunities here in the city. Hopefully folks that are residents of the city but working elsewhere will now have an opportunity to work in the city.
Can I ask some more questions? Do you, as the, you know, in the Office of Economic Development, do you have information about the employment rate and who is working what jobs? I mean, Gail, to your point, we do have a very low unemployment rate here, but our current economic base is primarily tourism, so I would venture to bet that our low unemployment rate is bolstered by the fact that we have a lot of low-income, low-paying hospitality jobs. Do you have any information one way? I could be totally wrong. That's just my guess based on looking at it. Do you have any information to that point?
Sure. So our economic base is heavily dependent on hospitality and tourism, accounting for about 60 to 70% of the BTRs in the city. And so our low employment rate, we've bounced back significantly since COVID when we were in the double digits, and it is in line across the county. So that 2.3 that I reported to Gail during our briefing is not inconsistent with what we're seeing in other places. Also, there's a large percentage of our workforce, yes, that does work in the hospitality industry, in the tourism industry. We do want to grow the economy and not be as dependent. We want to make room at the table, so to speak, for other types of industries to expand and to have hubs here that are not just specific to the hospitality and tourism industry. So I think your points are valid. Yes, we do have a large portion of the workforce that are employed in that industry, but we do also have a lot of employees, those who are of employment age and those who want to be working. A lot of them are working outside of Miami Beach because the opportunities for them in those areas are not available here.
To be clear, I love the hospitality industry and those who work in it and our visitors. I am 100% in support of diversifying our economic base. I mean, no matter which way any of these projects go, that is something I will always want to do. Not at the expense of something else, not at the expense of quality of life or residents or anything like that, but I totally agree with the goal. I do have a couple of questions. So when the RFPs are sent out, is this a global RFP? I mean, we seem to get a lot of the same people applying to development projects in Miami Beach. Part of that may be, and likely is, because it's not an easy place to do new development projects, to open a new business, to build a new building. It is complicated and quirky, to be generous. And so I would imagine the people who know how to do it come back because it's, they don't have to bear the cost of learning how to do it all over again. But at the same time, it also limits this is not intended to disrespect anybody who does or does not apply, but if you have brand new thinking from brand new people coming from a totally different universe, not literally, I'm not crazy, but coming from a totally different perspective or part of the world, that enriches our community as well. So when you put out the RFPs, how do you alert the development world that it's there?
That's a very good question, and I'd like to go back to the point before the RFP even went out when we did a request for letters of interest. So not only did we send it to everyone registered with our procurement department as part of the development community, but we invested about $8,000 in a digital media campaign to make the information known beyond our region. So we had a national campaign where we had digital ads, and then we continued with that with the RFP. We upped the budget to about 10 to 12,000, I can't remember exactly, to do the same thing to ensure that we marketed widely. We also had our consultant, Colliers. They have a large list of folks that they deal with both locally and nationally, and they sent it to everyone on their list. And so ultimately, I think because Miami Beach is such a unique place to operate and to develop, I think the folks that did submit were all local, and I think that could be to our benefit. They, perhaps have experience with our regulations, with our procedures, and so I think that could only benefit the projects going forward. But I do want to highlight that we did try to make this RFP process publicized to the extent that we could and within our budgetary parameters.
Okay. Another question is, for the two prospective developers, do you already have people interested in leasing space from you? I mean, I'm quite sure this isn't a spec project, but could you discuss that a little bit as well?
Again, Carter McDowell. And I want to take just a minute. The team that I represent, which is the P25, P26 sites, is led by Starwood Capital. And part of the discussion we've had here, Starwood Capital moved its headquarters to Miami Beach. They spent their own dollars to build a 140,000 square foot office building, which they occupy most of.
It's across from the One Hotel.
It is across from the One Hotel, just north of 23rd Street. They were unable to respond to the amount of demand for other office space in their building because they occupy a significant portion of it themselves. So yes, the marketplace as we sit here today, there is very strong interest in being on Miami Beach in Class A office space and other users too. The Starwood headquarters has almost 300 employees. So yes, and I think it's actually a positive. It's Starwood, Integra, and Michael Comras. They're the three partners. They all have ties to this community. Starwood is here with their headquarters. Michael Comras lives here and has worked here forever. And Integra has its principals who live on Miami Beach. Part of the reason they're bidding is because this is their home. They have a real commitment to this community. And you got 18 letters of interest on the RFLI and then 3 bidders. What happens is when the RFP goes out, these are complicated and expensive responses. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in a response with whatever the chance is. And there could have been 18 responses, and we might have had a very different discussion. But these are not easy things to do. They take enormous soft cost commitments by the developers with a good chance that you don't get selected. It's not every developer who's willing to go through that process. And so I think there's a real positive. 2 things on the retail that I just want to say because Michael Comras has made this point many times. And I think you all know that Michael's one of the leading commercial brokers in all of Dade County and especially on the beach. He did the block that has Nike and Apple and all of that. He was the one who put that block together. He believes that part of Lincoln Road's problem is that it's a single street. It's not a district. It doesn't have geographic spread. It doesn't have the pedestrian traffic on multiple streets. These projects, while they have retail on the ground level, it's like 12,000 square feet in each of the projects, might be 14 in one. It's not a lot of retail. It couldn't be a large retailer because there just simply isn't space in the ground floor of these projects. And we are not on Lincoln Road, therefore we are able to charge lower rates for our retail space. We wouldn't be able to get the rates that they get on Lincoln Road. So you are going to get a diversity of retail users and end users that will focus, we hope, on food and beverage, on activities. We're looking at potentially a bike cafe, for example, for all the bike riders who do ride on Miami Beach. I mean, there's a lot of very innovative things that are part of the program in ours, and I think theirs too. I mean, these really will support Lincoln Road. And if you think about what Lincoln Road needs most, it's people with disposable income walking up and down Lincoln Road. And if you put these projects next to Lincoln Road, you are inherently putting at least 300 or 400 employees who are well paid in immediate proximity to Lincoln Road. It will support the retail of Lincoln Road more than anything else because they'll be there every day, all day long. So anyway, I apologize for taking more time, but I wanted to respond because I think it's important for you to understand how committed these bidders are to Miami Beach, and they're no different, and as you will hear in a moment, I think.
Absolutely, and it's tough to speak after such an eloquent and comprehensive response, but that's the truth, and very much like their response team, ours has a multi-generational half-century commitment to Miami Beach. In fact, every single principal in our response is a resident of the city of Miami Beach. The last time the city of Miami Beach disposed of a surface parking lot for the development of Class A office space, it is our team that delivered that office space. And we've done so on multiple partnerships with the city without problem. When you talk about 17 folks responding to an RFI, which amounts to about a 10, 15-page response if you're being exceptionally detailed, and only 3 responding to the RFP, what it shows you is that the city did an incredible job in marketing this project nationally, and in some cases internationally when you see the respondents to the RFI. But when the rubber hits the road, it shows you that what the city is asking for is exceptionally nuanced, difficult, and complex. And it's not the high-flying New York City developers that come here, right? It's the folks with multi-decade and, candidly, multi-generational commitments to the city that are willing to invest in its long-term growth. We've done this before. We've received a deluge of unsolicited interest in our office space, very much in the same regard that Starwood and Integra and the Comras team have. And we have our pick of the sort of tenants that were outlined in the RFP. Those tenants that are relocating from New York with finance backgrounds, relocating from Silicon Valley with tech and entrepreneurship and venture capital backgrounds, and relocating from Brickell and Wynwood and other districts that have taken some of the primacy typically associated with Miami Beach and turned themselves into live, work, play environments. I think that this is one of the first and incremental steps that'll deliver the Lincoln Road district that Michael Comras speaks so eloquently about. So hopefully that answers your question, and we're at your disposal to continue.
Appreciate it.
Tanya, any other questions?
I have one last and probably much faster, easier answer. So thank you both for your detailed responses and thoughtful responses. I appreciate that. Raquel, what is the thinking behind developing these concurrently? I understand the city's going to figure out how to make it work to minimize the disruption to residents and other businesses. But why were these parcels put out together as opposed to doing one and then doing a second one?
So we did put in the RFP a couple of options for the various sites. And at the time of the RFP, it also included the G17 parking garage. And ultimately, the City Commission decided against moving forward with negotiations on that, considering the impact that it would have on the area, as well as taking into account the Convention Center hotel project. And so the administration is going to be evaluating the opportunities to either move forward with both projects if the voters approve, or with phasing the projects and allowing one to move forward first. And so that determination that will be made at that time. We have it in our agreement that no later than 60 days following certification of the referendum, the city would advise on which project would move forward first, if there is to be one that goes forward ahead of the other. But again, we also need to see the results of the referendum to kind of understand where we are.
Thank you. A quick question for staff. If we're to make recommendations in addition to a motion, is that part of the motion, or would you do that after?
I would recommend doing that after. Your review, the review that you're required to do under the code is of the uses, so I would recommend doing that after.
I'm going to make a motion to send both development agreements on with favorable recommendation, conditioned on a post-discussion about 3 recommendations that I have. One is that that the commission seriously consider ways of making sure there's no big box retail. I don't know if the retail is even big enough for it, but maybe a restriction on the size of each retail tenant, but something to keep away from the big box, which they've committed they want to do as well. Secondly, since it's determined that will be market rate residency, that there is some compensation to a workforce housing fund or affordable housing fund. And the third would be that they do everything possible to make the spaces committed to tenants and their guests available off hours. Those would be my 3 recommendations that I'd like to make after we vote on the...
You could maybe respond to that while we discuss.
And perhaps Rogelio can confirm, I believe there are restrictions on big box retail in the Lincoln Road district already, so that may be in place.
Okay. So there's a motion. We could discuss the recommendations
I'll
after.
second that.
So the motion right now is to, in light of what's before us, is to pass these both on with a favorable recommendation.
I would like to, I'm going to second your motion, but I am going to say for the record, I have very significant concerns about the terms of this deal. I am not an expert in this at all, and I don't presume to be an expert in this at all, but it does seem, and I know this is not our place to talk about this, but I'm putting it on the record, because I think the uses are good uses. I understand why we need them, and I agree with the fact that we do need them, and I do think it will have a beneficial effect on this part of the city specifically and on the city overall, which is why I'm supporting it. However, I want it known for the record that I have concerns about the way the city seems to undervalue its property when making deals like this. Again, not an expert, and I'll leave it at that for now because this is not the place. And I understand Gail's concerns and some of our other residents and frankly some of our commissioners' concerns as well. And I share some of those concerns, but I'm going to support this and I'm going to second it.
It was moved by Elias, seconded by Mr. Smith and Ms. Bott.
Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Urim?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah,
That's
thank
for
you,
both
Raquel. That was
5-1 and 5-0, right? Or do we have to do 2 separate?
Okay, so yes, so that was the motion to approve the project. So now we would need a separate motion for the 3 recommendations.
Yeah, maybe we articulate them. The parking one, I liked Carter's suggestion that perhaps there are dedicated visitor spaces that could,
Right. So
switch over later after hours of operation, something like that.
yeah, so I'll articulate. So the first is to that the commission make sure that the retail space is not available to big box retail. The second is that some type of compensation be made into an affordable or workforce housing fund. And the third is to encourage the proprietors to make available, do whatever they can to ensure that we already have the replacement parking, but that the tenants and guests are not using the replaced parking, and that their parking that is private and may be committed and reserved be available to the extent possible to the public on off hours.
And just a quick follow-up on that. The workforce affordable housing issue, I believe there is language, or there's not language in this, but there's a discussion with the commission about revenue being dedicated towards workforce affordable housing somewhere else. It would be great if we could kind of cement what that is or when that will happen in some way, some framework for that to occur. And then the no big box, there's a similar kind of zoning restriction in Sunset Harbor, I believe, isn't it? Maybe we could adopt something similar.
Lincoln Road has a similar zoning restriction. This is the GU district, which has its own use restriction, so that technically doesn't apply here. So certainly we can make that as a.
And it's a part of the agreement that we have with the developers as well. There are restrictions on that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. I would just have, if you're open to it, to the extent economically feasible as part of the project planning, whether that means additional density or floors, but trying to see if the city can get an additional floor of parking beyond what's replaced, which I know you don't have the answer to now.
Assuming that the land use amendments pass, there isn't room within the envelope to add another floor.
So it's all matched out.
It's just physically not available.
I think stackers would be the only way to do
Yeah, and we have set up our design where we can do that. I would also note, just in passing, bike and scooter parking, another thing, is real parking, and it's over and above all of what we've talked about, at least in our project.
And I believe in my conversation with Raquel, that you had stated there is surplus parking currently in some of the other garages. Is that right?
Based on the preliminary parking study done in relationship to this project, there is some availability in nearby parking facilities. And so we anticipate that at least for the construction period, that's going to help with some of the displaced parking as a result of P27. But yes, we do think that there's some available inventory, and our parking director has confirmed that as well.
I do agree with Carter that, Class A office, I have a friend who runs a shared work business, and part of him developing locations is based on the availability of parking for the tenants. So I have no doubt that you'll provide the parking to the tenants. I like the idea of dedicating additional visitor spaces in addition to the public and having that become available, whether it's a floor or whatever it is. I think that's a nice idea. So how do we, you want to articulate these?
So the first recommendation is that there be no big box retail or size, and that there be size limits placed on the retail establishments. The second one is that there be compensation to an affordable or workforce housing fund. And then the third is encourage office parking after hours to be available to the public, and that tenants and guests do not use the replacement parking, and that they have guest parking available.
I'll second that.
I suppose that's moved by Brian and seconded by Mr. Smith.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley's absent. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
I am yes for the recommendations, but I don't want that to be misconstrued that I'm hesitating or that I'm yes on the project. So
Yeah, you voted no on the
okay.
development agreement.
Okay, this is a yes.
Yes, this is a separate motion.
Okay.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you, Raquel.
Thank you, Raquel.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Raquel.
Appreciate your time, guys.
Carter, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, one second, Mickey. We were going to take one out of order and move to PB 220514,
Great presentation, Tracy.
the Alton Gateway area regulations, and then Mickey will come to you after that. That's page 263 of the board packets.
I'm sorry, what page is it?
263.
26.
And I believe
This is what the handout's for.
there's a revised.
The ordinance.
Now it's just given another revision.
Same one?
This is the LDR amendment.
Thank you.
I'll describe what the changes are. Just receive this. Okay. Okay, so this is PB 22-0514, and there's a companion item, PB 22-0515. These are for the Alton Road Gateway Development Regulations. There are some proposed modifications to the existing Alton Road Gateway regulations that exist under the CD2 district of the code. I just passed out a handout with some changes to the land development regulations that have been proposed. So this is based off of a proposal to expand the Gateway District, and that property currently contains the Miami-Dade Health Center. And so the proposal is that the health center would be moving to a new building across the street, allowing the Gateway District to expand to contain the entire block all the way up to 8th Street. And then there would be additional changes to the regulations, which I'll describe. As part of the proposal, it would allow for a new residential development on that site where the health center exists today, and then there would be a new health center built across the street, and also that would contain a new public library. So what the regulations provide for? Let me just go through those real quick. The first is it modifies the regulations for unified development sites. So if you have a unified development site that has two different zoning districts, the code limits where you are allowed to move FAR around between those two zoning districts. This states that within the Gateway District, you can move FAR around provided that the two different zoning districts have the same FAR limitation. So by adding the additional properties, this would add some RM2 properties to the mix. RM2 has the same FAR, 2.0, as the CD2 if it's a mixed-use development, which is also 2.0. So this would allow the FAR to be moved around between the CD2 and the RM2 districts. The second change would be creating a new use category for parking district number 6. Parking district number 6 encompasses Alton Road between 5th Street and the Dade Canal. And so this would create a new requirement that government-owned or leased buildings, uses, and sites which are wholly used by, open, and accessible to the general public that are located within 1,000 feet of a publicly accessible off-street parking facility shall have no parking requirement. So this is intended for the new health center and library. It's very close to the 5th Street parking garage that has all the big box retail and public parking. So people would be able to park in that facility and cross the street to go to the health center. The second change would be that in the RM2 district, properties that are within the Gateway District would be subject to the gateway regulations that are in the CD2 district. So that's just basically referring to the regulations of another district within the RM2 district. And then the meat of the ordinance is within the CD2 district and modifications to the gateway area regulations. It modifies the setback regulations for properties located north of 6th Street. So they would have a 0-foot setback, which is consistent with the CD2 district, but they would have to comply with the clear pedestrian path requirements of the district, which requires that there be clear space with no sidewalk cafes or anything available to allow for easy public access. The second change would be that north of 6th Street, the pedestal would change from 20 feet to 10 feet for the pedestal setback, and then from West Avenue, and then 20 feet from West Avenue for the tower setback.
So it changes from 20 feet to 10 feet.
Yes, north of 6th Street. So this doesn't affect the tower that was approved south of 5th Street. That's the taller tower. This doesn't affect that. This is everything built north of that point. The interior side setback north of 6th Street would be 0 feet for the pedestal, 10 feet for the tower. This is a new regulation. The district never included an interior side setback requirement, so it just referred to what was required per the CD2 district. And then it modifies the rear setback requirement located north of 6th Street also for 0 feet for the pedestal and 10 feet for the tower. I just handed out a new ordinance. The one that was in your packets stated that the maximum FAR was 2.5. It's now 2.6, so there's a slight modification. The maximum building height is modified, so for the area, so this again doesn't affect the tower to the south of 5th Street. This is for the area south of 6th Street. It's north of 6th Street. There's a proposed for there to be a 150-foot tower, provided that that tower is set back at least 160 feet from West Avenue and located within 275 feet of the south side of 8th Street. And if it's not within that area, it would be a 40-foot height limit. The ordinance that's in your packet says 60 feet. The revised ordinance that I just provided actually drops that number to 40 feet. It provides that the floor plate limitations that were applicable to the property south of 6th Street don't apply north of 6th Street. It provides that the code provided that south of 6th Street, commercial and retail liners were not required of parking south of 6th Street. This basically provides that north of 6th Street they are required to provide liners at the first level to block the parking. And then there is a modification. The packet that was in the ordinance that was in your packet had a green space requirement of 3.75 acres. That has been removed to maintain the park as it is today at 3 acres. And those are the changes. There's also a companion comprehensive plan amendment. That comprehensive plan amendment, which I also handed out, but it was correct in what was placed online, also provides for that FAR increase to 2.6. Because it is a change to the FAR, it would be required to go before the voters. The plan is that go before the voters, I believe, in the August ballot. And so with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the Comprehensive Plan Amendment and the Land Development Regulations Amendment to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
So staff is in favor of these recent changes?
Yes.
Before we proceed, I just want to say this is a significant project, and these are not insignificant changes. And to be handed them while we're sitting on the dais and be asked to make considered, thoughtful observations, questions, and render judgment on this is not best practices for governance. And I really, regardless of how I may or may not feel about this or any other project, we see it happening all the time at commission. It's unfair to the commissioners. It's unfair to the residents. It's unfair to the developers who are asking for people to give thoughtful commentary. And, it doesn't change anything before us because we're here in this situation, but it's absurd and it's got to stop. It's not a slam against you guys, not a slam against anybody in particular, but this process is not okay. It's not okay for the commissioners, not okay for the commission meetings, it's not okay for any of the land use or public boards or anybody. It's not okay. Okay, rant over. Thank you for indulging me.
Well, I want to ask for Gario. I thought Eric Carpenter's recommendations were different than the draft ordinance being sponsored by the commissioner. I thought Eric, who's negotiating this deal, who is considered staff, was recommending that there should be an extra 0.75 acre park. Is that true? Was in
our board packet, yeah.
So you're recommending what? Eric's recommendation or the commissioner and developer's recommendation?
So the referral ordinance did not have these details. They left it to be negotiated. Eric has been meeting with several neighbors, with the developers, and so the most recent recommendation is the one that I just handed out, where the park would remain as it is.
I would also like to add, we were able to tighten up the FAR language in the draft that was distributed on the dais, so that the increase to 2.6 would only take effect upon, and this is on page 9 if you'd like to look at it, of the draft that we handed out, upon the replacement of the existing public health center with the construction of a new one with a minimum square footage, either within the gateway area or within 500 feet of the boundaries, and also the construction of a new public library with a minimum size of 7,000 square feet, either within the gateway area or within 500 feet of the boundaries. So the 2.6 only takes effect once these public amenities are are provided.
And why did you do that?
The original draft was just was an FAR increase to 2.6. Obviously, that would require voter approval, but it was not specifically tied to the construction of these additional public amenities.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look at this language, Nick. You said page 9.
So right, so if you look at page 9 identifies the amenities, and then correct, and then if you flip back to page 8, where it says maximum FAR, that section says the maximum FAR is the maximum in the underlying zoning district. However, once the public facilities identified in B9B are the subject of, do you see that section there?
No, sorry, page 9?
Page 8 of the original.
So 8 and 9.
Original?
Yeah.
No, sorry. What are we looking at? The most recent handout?
Okay, so page 9 identifies
Which document?
I'm only talking about the one we handed out.
The most recent one.
That's on 9.
Yeah, I wouldn't send you back to the right. So if you look at page 9 lists the additional public amenities.
The encouraged amenities?
Yes. And then flip back a page to page 8 of the handout. The paragraph 4, which is bolded, entitled "Maximum FAR."
Yeah.
The FAR increase is only triggered once the public facilities identified in subsection B9B are the subject of an executed agreement between a property owner and Miami-Dade County that requires the development of the identified public facilities. In that case, the maximum FAR would be 2.6.
So you're comfortable with it stating these shall be encouraged because in order to gain the additional FAR, they have to be executed?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And is it safe to say that it's essentially a trade-off of the 0.75 acres of green space for a new library and public health center?
I think that's a question for the proposer, for the developer, but
I'm asking from the city's point of view.
Is that staff's position, Aurelio? The question is staff's position that the construction of the health center and the library, does that is that sort of the balance between the 0.75 and the additional park?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Absolutely, yeah.
Why don't we, if we're good for a moment, why don't we let the applicant present and then we can ask questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Russell Galbert, and I'm one of the principals of the entity. Let me say this, is that the applicant is really the city of Miami Beach, the county, and us as well. We were called upon to do a partnership agreement for a medical health clinic that would be federally certified and would be within the approximate area, in a better place, safer place across the street that would accomplish many goals and many objectives. The first and foremost was justice and equality so that people who do get their care, some 6,000 residents of Miami Beach, some 200,000 visits to that clinic, would have a federally certified brand new clinic to go to. Second objective was to create a public library. That's what the county's objectives were. City's objectives were to get a building that they had condemned off their back and to figure out a way to pay for it all. So the applicant is really the county, the city, and ourselves. I don't know what this building will eventually look like or how it will look. Where our suggestion was to leave out the square footage, we're working the height, the setbacks. In fact, the document that you're reviewing today has no setbacks. The original one did have it 280 feet from 8th Street and 140 feet from the Floridian. But in essence, after our meetings with the Floridian and the associated buildings surrounding us, they really wanted a different type of building, and they wanted the parking lot to be enclosed, which we're willing to do. All of those things will be figured out, and they will be figured out before it comes back to you. And this whole matter will come back to you. All you're doing is enabling, in a timeline necessary to be on the August calendar, the ability to come back with an actual plan, the ability to actually have a new federal clinic, the ability to have a new building that would embrace the park and not be a wall to the park. Now, I will tell you that we have produced lovingly and willingly an incredible park that is very well accepted by our neighbors. We are working with our neighbors continuously. We're sharing with them the designs of the building, and I think we're making them happy. And I think you'll hear that today. There's no more important objective than doing what we can to help our community move forward. And that's what we're doing here with this application today. So you are just taking the initial step to pushing it back to the commission, to say to the commission, we are supportive of a new medical health clinic, a new library for the community, for a building that will embrace the park in a better way and be more meaningful and more enhancing of the park. We're very proud of the park. We have a next step of a pedestrian crossover bridge, which we're excited to be building across the entryway to the city of Miami Beach. And this is just one step in many steps that will come before you. So we would ask you to approve it and to the City Commission for them to use their guidance and the community's guidance as to what this building will ultimately look like. And it will come back before you. As you know, this is all for a referendum. If we don't win the referendum, it doesn't come back. If we do win the referendum, then it comes back very simply for an approval of the increase in the FAR and subject to the creation of a new medical health clinic and a library. So I would urge you to support it today and have it go to the commission tomorrow night. It's on a tight schedule. It has to go for a second reading before it can be put on the August calendar. So we thank you for your time and attention, and we're here to answer any questions. With me is most able-bodied counsel, Graham Penn, and he's here. And do you want to make a presentation, or do you want to? He'll be here to answer any of your questions. But I think it's a pretty simple thing what we're asking you to do today, and I agree with Tanya. It's sad that it's late minute, but I assure you it's not because of a lack of effort. We have been meeting, and some of the other members of the committee that have that may have been originally opposed to this are here to talk about the time and effort that's gone into the numerous meetings we've had with the community. So maybe we can hear from the public and come back and address any of your concerns or questions.
The only thing I'd add, Russell, Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, is that as Nick explained, the addition of the explicit link between the amenities and the FAR increase is a significant positive step in the protection of the city's interests, right? Because this 2.6 does not exist unless those amenities are provided. So I think that's a significant positive change for the city in the revision that we obviously have no objection to, or we would be yelling about it. But I think that it significantly improves this ordinance. And again, we're here for any questions for us.
And I guess we don't see any zoning diagrams or anything like that because you're coming back to us with this?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
There's zoning diagrams.
There are? I didn't see them.
There's the zoning diagram.
A map. It would be nice to see,
The actual structure, no.
massing and things like that.
In this case, if there were a building over 50,000 square feet, it would come back to the planning board before it could be built.
But this will come back anyway, right?
The ordinance would not come back to the planning board.
Not the ordinance, but the
project.
But the project, if it's over 50,000 square feet, if it's not, but I assume it would be, would have to come back before the planning board.
I have a question that may be for staff. Do we have the proposed language for how this would be presented to voters in August? Does that exist yet?
So we were working on a ballot question as recently as yesterday, and that's scheduled to print as part of today's supplemental agenda for tomorrow's City Commission agenda. So that will print this afternoon.
And so if we were just handed these details, how will any of these details be reflected in something that was being drafted yesterday?
So the revised ordinance that was passed out to you this morning and the revised ballot question that will publish today were drafted in tandem.
So how is this going to be, it's 75 words on the ballot question? How is this very complex change in zoning going to be explained in 75 words? Can we see something?
What the charter requires is voter approval of any increase in zoned FAR. So the ballot question is limited to the FAR increase, but we've drafted the ballot question so that it's clear that the increase to 2.6 only becomes available once the existing health center is relocated and a new one is constructed, and a library is constructed.
So is that not spot zoning?
It's not spot zoning because first of all, spot zoning is a term of art. It has a very specific meaning under the case law. Spot zoning is when an individual property is upzoned to the exclusion of any of the surrounding properties, and creating a spot, essentially a spot or an island of additional density. There's also reverse spot zoning, which is where you downzone one site and everything around it has a higher density. This proposed amendment would apply to the Alton Gateway overlay area, which is comprised of several properties across several blocks with several different owners.
Spot districting.
Yeah. So, and this is a question, I guess, Russell, for you. You've been working long and hard on these on this district for years. Congratulations on the park.
Thank you very
I haven't
much.
made it down there yet, but the pictures look lovely.
You're invited. I'll happy to take you for a tour.
No, I'm going to ride my bike down this weekend, but
Okay.
thank you. Not an issue. I actually work in an office, and so my time is not my own. What's the rush to get it on the August ballot? Nothing's going anywhere. There's no immediate risk of the buildings picking up and walking away.
Well, I think the rush is really the center itself. It is condemned, the majority of it. So they want to get it moving, and it's the commission and the county who's been pushing for August. Otherwise, what happened here is that they've been looking at this building for quite a few years.
Who's they in this?
The county and the city, long before we ever got involved. We got involved because the county and the city asked us to. So they allocated certain funds to stop the sinking of the building. They reinforced the foundation some 2 or 3 years ago. It did not stop the sinking of the building. This building's in good shape. The majority of it is not in good shape, and that's not being used. So the goal is to have the meeting in August. Even with it being on the August calendar, it probably would take another 4 months to come back to this board, to go back to design review, go back to the city commission twice for 2 hearings. So it's quite a bit of meetings, and that's also including meeting with all of the neighbors. So our goal is to have it all on the August calendar and to move the matter as forward as expeditiously as possible. Even meeting all of these deadlines, chances are it's going to probably take till November, December to even have it fully able to come back before this board.
So I understand the issues before us with a subpar health clinic. We've been hearing about that for years, and not much has been done about it. I definitely want all residents in the community to have access to safe and acceptable and beneficial services, including a health center, so nobody is arguing that. If, hypothetically, you were not in this industry, and so therefore not coming in to offer this project, this may be a question for staff. Who is responsible for ensuring the safety of that building and providing the necessary health and welfare upgrades to the building, to the facilities, so that it can continue as a community health center, whether in that specific building or in another new building or in an existing building that is a different building?
The health center is owned by Miami-Dade County, so they own the property, and they are the ones that are responsible for maintaining and ensuring that property is able to function.
My understanding is that they have money available to do this sort of work, so what is precluding them from having done it already or starting it now if it's so dire?
I mean, I can't speak for the county or for the community health center. It's a county-owned property that's leased to a nonprofit organization, I wouldn't be able to speak for them.
Do they currently have parking at the health clinic?
No, they do not. They currently get their parking from the City of Miami Beach in the 5th Street Retail Center, where there are 1,100 spaces, and it's the least occupied center or the least occupied parking garage in Miami Beach.
So the parking situation would remain the same?
It remains exactly the same, except on the new site, I think they gained some 8 spaces.
What's the intention for what will go here?
A apartment building, an office building, and some retail that will engage the park.
So mixed use.
Mixed use, yeah.
Essentially speaking to the agenda item we had before, again, solving that supply issue.
Exactly. In fact, we did not want to build office. The community wanted us to build office. We added office. The retail is to engage the park and to make the park even more beautiful, and the residential is what pays for it all.
And to clarify, the parking exemption is just for the
and
the library.
The library and the exit. And quite candidly, the city has made a commitment to provide to the county for free the 10 spaces necessary for the librarian and her assistants.
Russ, I'm just curious, the health center, what exactly would that provide?
The health center is the federally certified health center that provides for care for anyone, whether you have insurance or not or anything else. So it's for predominantly socioeconomic disadvantaged individuals. However, I was kind enough they were kind enough to invite me to a WAVNA meeting where I attended, and actually Mr. Magazine, who's here with us today, was there, and I think at that time he was more in opposition to the project than he is today, but I'll let him speak for himself. What surprised me to a great extent was when I was leaving there, 3 people actually walked up to me, and 2 of them told me that they get their services at that very health clinic, and it's one of the best in the country. They're rated the best. The kindness and the consideration that they're given is incredible. And a 3rd walked up to me and said, I want you to know I get all of my drugs there. I'm a little mentally challenged at times, and they've taken very good care of me. And personally, they all 3 thanked me for creating this new health clinic and the possibility of the new health clinic. So I was very impressed with that. And
will the clinic remain in the same place, more or less? Or?
It goes exactly across the street. It's just on the southern part across the street from where Baptist Health Center is. And I don't have to tell you about Baptist Health Center. I think if you've ever been to it, you can see the outstanding nature that it is and what it comprises. And this will be very similar to that same type of space.
And the library? Where's that?
And the library came from the county. We certainly didn't expect to build a library. But the library was something that was originally embraced by many people in the community. Some people had, thought that it might propose a challenge. I don't think it proposes any challenge. I think it's to be embraced. I spent more time looking at our libraries than in the last few months than I ever have before. I think they're quite incredible, and I think what the county is doing with the library system is really quite incredible.
So where does that go?
That goes together with the side by side, on top of each other, side by side. Whatever they want, they're in the process of designing that now as well.
And the county will still retain ownership of it?
The county gets full ownership of it, both the library and the community health center.
And they have a lease with you for that? Or?
No, they don't have a lease. They're getting it in title. So there's a whole exchange agreement that's been negotiated and being negotiated now. So there'll be basically the agreement with the county, the agreement with the city. A little bit complex, but really very simplified. It creates something that's very special for the entire community.
Okay.
I have 4 questions for staff and 1 for the developer. Just some facts. So right now, apartments, mixed use, office, mixed use, maximum allowable height allowed is 60 feet. Okay, 60 feet, not 75, correct?
60 feet.
Okay, second of all, what is the maximum density for apartment units at this site? It's 100 per acre. So based on the acreage of, if the land swap goes through, what is the acreage of the community center and the property that the developer owns? What's the density allowed?
Can I answer those questions just so we're clear? The height is actually 75 feet.
That's for a 100% office building. That's
Correct.
and that's not what this is going to be. So it's 60.
You asked what the height is allowed on the site. It's 60 or 75. Those are the two heights that are allowed. As it relates to the density, it would be 100 per acre. We are committed to having only 120 units, which is less than what the site would be allowed to have on its own.
So my question to staff is, what is the maximum density for apartment units on this site? Is it 120?
It's more, but we limited ourselves to 120.
Why? What's the acreage, Russell?
I'm not sure the exact acreage. I think it's a little over an acre.
Yeah, so that's why you can have 120 instead of 100. Well, you keep saying you're building less density, but I think you're probably building the exact maximum density. That's why I'm asking. Is that about right?
The maximum density is not changing. It still remains 100. It's in the comprehensive plan at 100 units per acre.
Right, so what is the number of units allowed, maximum?
I'm not the acreage of the site. Do you have the acreage of the site? I don't have a site plan in front of me, so I can't do that.
I can tell you the entire site allows for 1,000 units. We're only building 300 units less on the 500 block. So therefore, there's 700 units left. It's a ridiculous question, a red herring. You know what?
It's
factual.
What it is. Well,
it's not factual. The site itself is entitled to 1,000 units. We're building approximately 300 on the 500 block. This is another 120 units. In total, it's 420 in a site that's 380,000 square feet. It's entitled to 1,000 units.
Is it true that only if the gateway overlay is extended to H Street, then you would be allowed to build 1,000 units? But right now, you can't. That means that's a yes. My other question is to staff. This increases the FAR from 2.0 to 2.6. So does that mean like a 60% increase?
I'll have to do that math.
Well, 30%. Yep. 60%, thank you. So I did a little math and I calculated the site in this proposal is 3 blocks large and it's 406 square feet. So an extra 0.6 FAR is an extra 243,000 square feet of FAR. It's an additional 243,000 square feet of FAR. That seems enormous. And I believe our job is to make sure the best deal goes to referendum, and I don't think this is the best deal for the voters. I have another question for staff. In order to use up all that extra FAR, 243,000 square feet, is it possible then for the Sussman Towers to add a tower on top of their surface parking lot that otherwise they wouldn't be allowed to do, or to have the 2-story commercial building be redesigned much larger than it was otherwise designed? Or I foresee this happening. The developer can acquire 8th Street as an easement and then transfer the FAR to another tower on the South Bay Club surface parking lot. I believe all those scenarios are possible, and that's hard to explain to the voters who are voting on this, all those scenarios. I don't think they would like to see those scenarios. I had one question for Mr. Galbett. Regarding the parking for the community health center, I think the less fortunate deserve on-site parking. I assume a patient may be ill and maybe they can't walk to the parking at 5th Street. I think there should be required parking on the site. So is it possible to lift the building up, on columns? I live in an apartment building and all of our parking is below the building. Is it that much more expensive to lift the building up?
I don't think it has anything to do with expensive.
And then they can park underneath?
Yeah, I don't think so, and I don't think it has anything to do with what's expensive or not. And I'd like the record to reflect that you again incorrectly said 60%. It's actually a 30% increase.
I think city staff said 60%.
They said
too.
30%. You said 60% 3 times. They said 30%.
I'm
If you
sorry,
do the math, it's
Leo,
30%.
did I misunderstand
He
you?
said that's correct. It wasn't clear what he said it was correct to.
Oh, what did you say was correct?
30%.
The increase was 30%.
Okay, so does the 30% reflect 240,000 square feet of FAR?
The site area that you're counting, are you including the park? Or I don't know the acreage of the development site. I don't have a site plan in front of me.
It is what it is. It's all a red herring, and it's really
Well,
just,
this is what city staff created, this picture from when they did the original gateway, and it has the square footage of each lot. So that's what I went by. So I think I'm accurate. Anyway, I confirmed it with Eric Carpenter, and he said it's definitely over 200,000 extra additional square feet if we vote yes on this today. And that's the problem I have, basically, with the project. Thank you.
Maybe we open it up to the public at this point.
We don't have any hands raised online. Oh, we do now. Amy Litos.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. This development is very concerning. What we've learned today is that we still have no plan for what the building will look like. We have no renderings whatsoever. We have not had sufficient time for the public to understand what this project is about. And as Ms. Bott said earlier, we have ballot language which has not been given, not been drawn up. So we do not know what the referendum vote in August will really state. What we do know, though, is that we have an increase in height, an increase in FAR, an increase in traffic. And we will have a decrease in light and air, a decrease in parking, and a decrease of the quality of life for surrounding neighborhoods. We, as a neighborhood, decided that the 519-foot tower at the 5th and Alton site should go ahead because we wanted to avoid exactly the scenario that we're in now. We did not want any more building on this block between 8th Street and 5th Street, but now we're told that we will have a mixed-use project, including apartment buildings. This is, again, what we tried to avoid with the original vote to allow the tower at 5th and Alton. This tower that is being proposed is out of scale with the rest of the neighborhood. We're seeing a slow creep of higher and higher buildings inland from the coast. And this is not consistent with what the neighborhood desires. I ask you to vote no on these questions today and allow more time for this proposal to be vetted. We all agree that we should have a community health center. We all strive to help those who are less fortunate, but this is not the way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Litos. Anyone else?
No other hands on Zoom.
Again, how are you? My name is Joseph Magazine, 650 West Avenue. In a way, Mr. Galba was right. As of recently, as the WAVNA meeting, I was against the project. I wouldn't say against everything because I've always felt that the community health center, the community deserves it. I see the condition of the current one, and that's not something I'm proud to have for the most vulnerable residents of our city. What I was against is any deal has two sides. Of course, you have the shiny object over here, but what are you getting and giving in return? And that's where my kind of engagement had always centered on. I saw it even at the March 9th Commission meeting where it was just, okay, this is great, we're getting a community health center, but there weren't any questions about what we were giving up. And that's, Mr. Galvin and I sat at the WAVNA meeting almost like this, side by side. He gave his proposals and I gave things I was concerned about. And even as late as land use last week, what I said to the commission is, I want to get something. Help me help you. Help me get a better project that I can actually go out and support. My efforts have stemmed from, I've met Mayor Gelber at his office 2 times. I've met with city staff, Eric Carpenter. I helped host the WAVNA meeting, and since that land use meeting, I've had several meetings with my building, the community, and things like that. And what those efforts have centered around was trying to get a better deal that mitigates some of the efforts, mitigates some of the impact on the community. Do I think it's perfect? Perhaps not. But I think in any deal, when you walk away and all parties are pissed, that's when you know you have a good deal. Because if you have one deal, one party that's running out of the room shouting, "Oh, this is great, we did it." I'll tell you what, Mr. Galbut's life probably would have been a lot happier if I hadn't stumbled upon that March 9th meeting. Perhaps our community, there's probably nobody more impacted than my mother, because this is directly in front of her apartment, things like that. But where our efforts over the past week, which has kind of gotten me to come around in support of this, is mitigating that impact on our building. Essentially what our efforts have centered on, what was presented at WAVNA and land use was essentially a wall along Alton Road that ran north to south. We've worked with the developer, worked with city staff, essentially have that tower component running east to west now. So it'll mitigate the kind of wall-like canyon effect that is along Alton Road, mitigate some of the view corridors and the impact there. And we've also worked to shift that building further north, so essentially it won't be as harsh up against the boundary line of the park, and it'll be more of an easement or engagement into the park. Do I think this is perfect? I do not, but like I said, any deal, all parties walk away somewhat pissed because they've given things up. That's compromise. When we talk about a P3, a public-private partnership, that's exactly what it is, and that's what we've had here. We've had the public engage. I was really upset because it seems as if originally that just centered with the city and the county. However, getting involved kind of really brought this into the sunlight, got some huge amount of community engagement. We heard from a lot of our neighbors. We had a community meeting at WAVNA that wouldn't have happened without that efforts. So we truly have heard from the community here. With this project, you know, I do support getting that new health center and library, and I think all parties would leave pretty pissed, and I think that's the sign of a good deal because the community really gets something and everybody's giving stuff up. I don't think the developer, I think he probably would have made a little more money if we wouldn't have gotten involved here. For us as a community, I agree with Ms. Litos there. We didn't really want, this project here, but in terms of now our efforts have essentially pivoted on getting the best deal. And I could say that this project is in a much better place today than, especially the impact it has on our building and our community than it was just a week ago. So thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Whatever he said. I mean, first of all, my name is Bernardo Sandoval. I'm the president of North of 5th Neighborhood Association. I'm the president of Mirador 1035 Condominium Association. I'm also the president of the Mirador Master Association. I've been a resident on West Avenue for about, I want to say 13 years now, approximately. So before I get into anything, I just want to thank my friend and my fellow community activist, Joe Magazine, for his input and for his involvement, because he really has basically single-handedly made this project so much better than it would have been otherwise. And I also want to echo his comments in that this project, despite what others may claim, has been fairly adjudicated in the court of public opinion. And I can put my hand on a Bible and attest to that. And I'm a witness to that, and so are the people in this room. So that being said, I just want to make sure that this, my voice is heard as a counterbalance to what was said by a previous speaker and others abroad. I want to be very clear when I tell you that as a member of that neighborhood and as a president of NAFTA, which I don't know if everyone here knows, but NAFTA consists of buildings in the neighborhood that are 50 units and above and other businesses as well. No one in NAFTA objects to this project moving forward. And to the contrary, we urge you, and this is not just me speaking, I spoke to them this morning, South Bay Club, they gave me permission to tell you that they want this project to move forward, and they want us to be moved out of planning today. And the reason for that is not because it doesn't need work, it does, but historically, we know what happens when we don't move things forward here, and it's become a syndrome in this city. And it's become extremely detrimental, not just for development, but for us, the residents, because it impedes us from getting to where we need to go. And as Joe said so eloquently, he has been, and we have been, working with the developer, and he has been very gracious with his time. Another thing I should mention is we set up a meeting a few months ago with Stefan Ganez and WAVNA, and we're all supportive of this moving forward, despite a few objections. There is, of course, going to be always that vocal minority, in this case, the extremely vocal minority, but in this case, I can also say, and I'm not saying this in any disparaging tone, because everyone is entitled to their opinion, but it is a minute minority, and I would limit that to less than the 2 or 3 people that might have some kind of interesting grievance that I can't quite understand with this project. So that being said, I'm just here to deliver the message. I'm just a messenger. The neighborhood wants a project to move forward. It was vetted properly, more than properly, I would say. It was, how many meetings did you have? I don't know. It was a ton of meetings that we had about it. I was there at the WAVNA meeting, and everyone got to make their piece and state their mind. And I was pleasantly surprised, because prior to other WAVNA meetings, that never occurred before. This is the first time that I was there that there was an open dialogue and discussion without people being shut down or harassed or harangued. So that is very important, and I want to deliver that emphatically. We want this to move forward today. Please move it out of planning. Thank you.
Oh, wait, Bernie, I have a question for you. Did you participate in the WAVNA, I think it's called a monkey survey? They sent out a newsletter to all the people in the neighborhood to vote on this project. And this morning, WAVNA actually sent me the results, and 75% of the people who voted were not pleased with the project. Did you vote in that survey?
I saw the email that was sent out by WAVNA, and I had a discussion with Tim Carr about it, which is, I guess, the de facto leader of WAVNA. He said that WAVNA will be sending out their official letter on this, and it's not ready yet. So despite what some people may say, that's not an official statement from WAVNA, because Gail's no longer a member of WAVNA, to my understanding. So I think, Gail, I'm not privy to that. I don't have that in front of me. I would obviously have to be scrutinized, because you have to say where you're getting that sample from, because everyone that I'm talking to is in favor of moving this project. So, of course, there's always going to be a minority that is against it.
Asking you if you voted. That's all.
Tim Carr will be presenting, or WAVNA will be presenting a letter from WAVNA officially stating their position. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Gail. We could talk about it later whenever you like.
No, I don't need, I'm done talking about it.
Sure.
If I could just have 15 seconds, thank you. Tanya, Ms. Bott. But you asked about who would ultimately be responsible. I got so involved in this project, I went back and I found the contract where the county bought this site in 2005 and then essentially leased it to the tenant. And the county has maintenance and rehab responsibilities. The tenant stated in its audited financials since 2015 that the building had to be, there were some issues with rehabilitation. The county has essentially ignored that for 6 or 7 years. So point being, to think that they'll essentially ride in like a like a white knight at this point, while that would be perfect, I don't think that's realistic. I think that ship has sailed, and they've essentially, for several years now, solicited help from the private sector. But that's official. That's what the legal and city staff said is correct. I went back. I actually found that 2005 document. That's where my time over the past couple of months has been spent, is reading Miami-Dade County documents from 2005. So.
And I just want to tell you that, and I haven't met you, but I see you pretty active on Facebook in the community. And because we have a job of balancing residential quality of life with developers' rights, et cetera, I want to thank you for how involved you got and how articulate you've been, and obviously what you've contributed on behalf of the residents. So I just want to thank you.
Civilly. That means a lot. Thank you all. And I have appreciation for your jobs as well, because I've always been active but never took up one issue at point to this length. So I see what being involved in just one issue can be. So trying to be involved, as I know a lot of you are community activists, is quite commendable, and you all do a good job for our community.
Actually, Joe and Dana and their attorney, Ed, were responsible for redesigning this entire project in the last 10 days. And I think it's actually to the benefit of the entire community. But they're really really are the ones who came to bear and said, you know what, we don't want anything, but this is the right thing to do, and this is the right type of design. And we do have our architects, Architectonica, working nonstop. You will have a full presentation, assuming we win the referendum, which I believe we'll win because it's righteous and correct. And we really want to thank you for your time today, and we look forward to meeting with the commission and bringing this to fruition. And if those of you who haven't been to the park, you really should come to the park and experience it. I can tell you that it wouldn't have happened without this very community coming together. They came together and coalesced, and the same thing is happening here, where they're coming together and coalescing on a concept that's equally as important. One was for a backyard, one was for a critical facility to take care of the socioeconomic disadvantaged, or to those people who need special services. So I want to thank you for your time. And I want to thank Joe for crossing the boundary and coming over and working together to develop something that works for them and for Dana and for the entire Floridian and for the other buildings that are on West Avenue. Thank you.
The other day, Mr. Gabatobi said our relationship is complex.
10 more
personally, I
seconds.
like you, but you're an incredible pain in the ass. So.
Is there anyone else from the public here to speak about this? So we can close the public comment.
Well, I just wanted to say, I don't want you to misunderstand me. I support the land swap. I support the extra height to make it financially feasible for the developer. And I support building on the Sussman Tower parking lot if you can somehow figure out how to do that, because it blocks less views for folks if you do that. I'm very uncomfortable with the extra FAR and that it includes 3 blocks. There's something wrong with that. It doesn't feel right. I also wanted to state that I spoke to Commissioner Eileen Higgins, our county commissioner, yesterday, and she explained to me that the library, on top of a new community center, the library portion is actually being paid 100% by the county, and that the developer pays 100% for the community health center. One more thing. I am very uncomfortable with the community health center not having any on-site parking, because I heard that it's hard maybe to get doctors sometimes and health workers to work here, and it's an incentive to have on-site parking for the patients and the doctors. Thank you.
I would just say I feel a little claustrophobic not seeing anything, like no zoning studies, no designs that you're referring to. It's pretty unusual, staff, not to have any diagrams or anything. Is there a reason for that?
Typically, when we have zoning amendments, you don't get diagrams or renderings because they're not project specific. You're considering the potential for what could be built.
But we're showing a zone within the site where certain heights could be placed. It would be nice to see that in context.
I mean, it's also early in the process, in the sense that it's now, assuming that it passes here, it goes to a referendum. The entire city has a chance to opine on it. I'm sure there are going to be many charrettes from the development team throughout the community. And then once that's all done, I'd imagine they still have to go through DRB. They still have to go back to planning board if it's 50,000 square feet or more. So I think this is relatively early in the process, just saying, hey, let's not impede progress if that's what the community wants.
Agreed. And I actually I have to agree with Gail's point about it seems like a certain amount of parking would be advantageous just to the viability of the community health center, isn't it?
As I said to you before, there is none at the current center, and the new center will have 8 spaces.
Oh, we'll have 8 spaces.
Yes.
Okay.
But you had said that was for the library, for the librarian and
No,
staff.
I said 10 spaces the library is getting from the city of Miami Beach in the parking garage. And you should know the parking garage is literally a half a block away. The elevators, if you go down the alleyway, are literally 400, 500 feet away. So your parking garage is really at your site.
Gail, I have a question. In your conversation with Commissioner Higgins, it's interesting to me that the county has money to build a new library, which is always a great addition to a neighborhood, where there hasn't been one before, but they have not seen fit to spend any money on a facility that they are contractually obligated to keep up.
Well, I also found out that there is a fund, because of the GEO bond in the county, that is funded just for community centers, and there is money available there if they wanted to use it for this. And also that the county paid the developer $7 million for this supposed dilapidated building back in 2004. So they did have $7 million to buy this property where the community center is now located. There was also a lot of money stolen by the director of this community health center. I don't know, $7 million, the magic number. I don't know if any of that was recovered that could be used.
I mean, what they bought it or sold it for in 2004, and the person who, the criminal who stole money, that's all money.
Red herrings again.
No. That's all money and water under the bridge. My thing that keep getting stuck on is they have money. The county has money now.
Ms. Spott, can I speak to that?
Do you mind if I finish my question, please? They have money. They've been apprised by the tenants, by the clinic itself since, I think, 2014 or 15, I think you said, that there are significant facility issues, and yet the county has not seen fit to use the money that is specifically designated for this to do that. And that's problematic. I don't understand why that is. I mean, that's not good fiduciary conduct on their part. That's not good real estate conduct on their part. I don't understand that. And so that is one of the things that I'm having a hard time with. Please, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Commissioner Higgins was not able to be here today. Tomorrow night, this is going to a special meeting of the Miami Beach Commission, and she will be at the Miami Beach Commission tomorrow night. I can tell you that the funding for the library is not coming from the county. It's coming from a special bond issue just for libraries. And so it's coming from their library fund. They do have $600,000 to repair the structural issue in this building. Problem is that they already spent $600,000 repairing it by beefing up the foundation, and it did not help the building. So by spending $600,000 to do it again, there is no guarantee that it would help the building from the structural problem that it has. So the county said we need to build a new facility, or we need to empty this facility, rebuild it, and then bring the people back. But there would be nowhere for them to go for those 200,000 visits that happen every year. So this was the solution that was the best for everyone, and that's why it came about this way.
Okay, thank you.
So to summarize the height issues, staff, we're talking about ordinarily 60 feet would be the max height for a mixed use, 75 feet for office.
Yes, if the 1.5 of the FAR, with the exception of the ground floor, is used for office.
And what we're seeing today, explain the 40-foot that we're seeing aside from the 150.
That would be for the pedestal.
Just the pedestal.
Yeah.
And, okay, I mean, I'm clear in my questions if anyone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I would need two separate motions, one for the comprehensive plan amendment and one for the LDR amendment.
Could you tell me the difference?
The comprehensive plan amendment just incorporates the FAR. The land development regulations amendment is more detailed. That's where the height, the setbacks, the FAR, and everything else is incorporated. The comprehensive plan amendment will have to be transmitted to the state and several other agencies for their review and input before the city commission can adopt it.
Could you explain again the comprehensive plan? What does that entail that we're voting on?
So the everything that's in the zoning ordinance needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. At this point, the FAR in the comprehensive plan has a limit of 2.
Okay.
So the zoning could not exceed that. So in order for the zoning to go up, the comprehensive plan needs to go up as well.
Before we make a motion one way or the other, I just want to say, again, on the record, I'm not necessarily opposed to this project. I think there are definite needs that are being addressed. I have seen firsthand what happens when things are rushed through without details being clearly identified. I understand the desire to start moving forward. I do not believe that 3 months will make a difference. tomorrow afternoon at what was supposed to be an awards and recognition ceremony only. This is one of several pieces of pretty important legislation that's going to be discussed. I unfortunately cannot be a part of that because I have something that was committed to quite some time ago that I cannot break. It's another point on how the governance is not quite working in the best interest for the residents and all those affiliated with what we're trying to do, but I won't make that rant again. But so I'm not going to support this. And Russell, I just wanted you to understand that it's not that I'm necessarily opposed to this project. I'm opposed to it being rushed through in August before we can hash out some of the further details. I don't believe waiting 3 months will make a significant difference other than to make it even better. I mean, with the outreach that you've had already, you've already engaged the neighborhood, you've reimagined a lot of things and made it a better project, and I applaud you for that, and I applaud the neighbors for getting involved. But in its current state, rushing things through for August for an artificial timeline, I'm not going to be able to support it as it stands. And I just want you to be clear. I don't want anyone assigning motives or impugning anything. That is my concern. And if this were a conversation about putting it forward in November, we'd be having a different conversation. So, and I'm happy to speak with you further if you would like to.
So we have a motion for the comprehensive plan amendment. That's PB 22-0514.
Sure.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Elias. Okay, roll call. Ms. Bott?
No.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Do we have a motion for the LDR amendment?
Motion to approve PB 22-0515.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Elias. Roll call. Ms. Bott?
No.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you, everyone.
I have a question for staff. When this recommendation goes to the commission, you just tell the commission, yes, it passed the planning board. You don't say it passed 4-2.
The vote is included in the planning board update of the commission memo.
Okay, thank you.
In this case, it'll likely be a verbal update because the meeting is, I believe, tomorrow. So it'll be
Thank you, everyone. We're going to go back to our next item, which is a revocation modification hearing for item PB 16-0075. I believe it's the Good Time Hotel, page 35 of the board packet.
And I just want to point out for the record, as I checked my emails, that there was a resident that wanted to speak on this, and in lieu of, sent us an email while we're sitting here.
Okay. Yeah, I already see a hand raised for this item.
Okay.
Okay, so this is on page 35 of your packets. This is a continuation of a previous meeting. This is, again, PB 06-0075. This was a conditional use permit that was originally approved in 2016 and modified in 2017. It allows for outdoor entertainment on the pool deck of the Good Time Hotel. They had received some violations last year, and a cure letter and a progress report was issued, and it's been continued. The planning board has been monitoring it. Since that point, on January 11th, 2022, the Historic Preservation Board approved the introduction of a sound barrier wall located on the north and west sides of the pool deck. And so as a result of that, they're working on the permitting for that. It has not yet been built. It's going to be a bit before that gets built. We haven't had any violations in recent months, so staff is recommending that the planning board modify the order so that the conditions related to sound are consistent with other orders related to sound, and to clarify the standard for where the sound cannot be heard, for that to be the right-of-way line of Washington Avenue on the west side. and that the progress report be continued to the September meeting.
So what exactly are we voting on?
So this is a revocation modification hearing. At this point, the planning board has the right to modify the order as the planning board sees fit.
Okay.
The staff's recommendation is that the conditions related to how sound is measured be modified. We're not recommending any changes on hours or anything like that. We're just recommending that the sound conditions be clarified so that code enforcement has a clear direction on how to enforce the CUP.
Because the ambiguity was coming from plainly audible?
So the ambiguity, the standard in the order is the western balconies of the Arcadia House apartment building, and so our recommendation is that that be the right-of-way line.
Would that be what? I'm sorry.
The right-of-way line of Washington Avenue.
Got it.
And audible?
We still have plainly audible, which is, as we interpret that, if you can hear anything, that's audible.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, staff, members of the board. Mickey Marrero here with my colleague Matt Amster on behalf of Washington Square LLC, the Good Time Hotel. As most of you know, we've been here several times over the last year and a half on this issue. I hope you can see from the change of tone in this discussion that things have gone in the right direction. Since we were here in January, there have been no violations issued to the property. And as you can imagine, temptation for this type of use, we had the crypto conference, we had F1 Formula Week, a lot of parties going on in South Beach. We did not get a violation. I think that speaks to our client's ability to really get this under control. What we talked to you in detail last time was that we had just gotten approval from the Historic Preservation Board to construct a sound barrier wall that was designed by our sound engineers to go a long way to further protect the neighbors and the area from the sound. That is going to start, it's in permitting, it's almost complete. I believe the permit will be issued, if it hasn't been issued in the last 24 hours, very soon, but this week. We expect the construction of that wall to be completed first or second week of July. And I think what that will do is it will give us an opportunity to really understand with the sound speaker improvements that have already been placed and this wall, what the actual conditions will be. We'll be able to test it. We'll have the city's engineer, our sound engineer, do a full analysis. I do have our general manager, who you've heard from many times. I believe the director of the West Avenue Neighborhood Improvement District, Business Improvement District, is a little under the weather, but also on Zoom, and we have some support from neighbors. They're, I think, available. They've been on since 10. I'm not sure if they're still on Zoom, but they're here if you need them. Otherwise, what we would ask is that no changes be made today. Everything be continued, including the modification, revocation, and the progress report be continued to September. And the reason is, what we've been asking for all these months is let's test this thing and see what the sound is when it's all in place. We're at the 5-yard line now of that very long process. So we're asking that. And as you've seen, we have not had violations for a long time.
Mickey, hold on, but why clarifying in this proposed revised CUP, does that concern you?
Well, it concerns me less than the prior version, but frankly, we want to test it, and we want all the testing to be accurate, and we don't want to have to come back, possibly modify in the future. This thing, as fully built and as fully tested, will be done before the September meeting. So we would really ask that be all taken into account when any changes are made.
Wouldn't the city make these changes either way? Meaning these points of clarification.
We have to do it.
So the board would have to make these.
I know through the planning board, but meaning whether it's now or in September, is this not going to be a recommendation that you make?
Yes.
Assuming that they have zero violations.
Yeah, if it's continued, we're going to have the same recommendation, most likely.
It's more clarification versus any substantive. I'm just trying to understand what your concern is.
We want to test it and actually have multiple locations and testing. We really want to understand how the system will work. It's really, we've been asking for this since the beginning. We want the testing to happen with the equipment as installed, fully done, with your engineer, our engineer. We're so close to that we really want everybody here for that discussion. And I respectfully ask that we be given the opportunity to have this fully tested, because there may be different conditions that apply that aren't apparent now. And what I don't want is to have to come back in a new process. We've been asking for us to have the opportunity to speak to you all with all the experts here when it's all installed and tested, and we're almost there. So that's all that we're really asking for today.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just, to me, it's more clarifying versus substantive.
But there may be, we may not know exactly what they are, but there may be more changes.
There could be more further tweaks, and you just want to come back one time.
That's
all
it.
Right. Your staff have a problem with that?
We don't have a huge issue. We do recommend that the revocation modification hearing be continued to September. So if there are additional conditions, they can continue to be added as well. So,
right. Well, that's his point, that you may want to tweak it further.
Right. So by including the conditions that we recommend, you can still. Our recommendation is it still be continued so that you can continue to tweak if necessary come to September.
We just want it all done then, if possible.
But whatever you recommend in September, the baseline will be what's before us today.
Right. Our recommendation is that baseline be modified before September, but the board is able to proceed as the board sees fit.
But it's not necessarily the whole. I guess not everything that you're recommending, because when they come up with new sound barriers, there's going to be new sound studies, and right now in this recommendation, you have the moving around of the speakers to orient them to minimize sound, which is, understandable to begin with. But then, right now, if we were to pass this as recommended, they would have to come up with a plan right now within 15 days, and I don't see the need for that. When the music is already turned down, they're not turning it back up until they get these sound walls installed. So I understand, and I'm in favor of imposing the clarifying. I wouldn't call them restrictions, just the clarification points. But I wouldn't do one fell swoop and approve all of them. I guess in addition to right now, it doesn't seem like you guys are playing loud music, and that music hasn't been an issue. So I don't see the need to have somebody sitting there, the staff, or, their employees sitting there across the street monitoring the entertainment levels when there's nothing going on. I think that's an extra burden that's unnecessary.
I agree with you. And obviously you want to behave for the next 3 months, because
for sure.
Any new violations will also be part of any new.
What we will do, just to be honest, we're going to test it. We're going to let code know, which I've done in the past on this property. Hey, we're testing it today. There's something new installed, and they'll work with us. We'll do that testing.
Your testing is your violation. That's got to hurt.
No. The city's been good with the testing. Testing is obviously important to establish where the ceiling is, and we're going to do that in a respectful way in hours that work with the city. And when we come back to you, I hope to have very good news, and hopefully have a very good conversation. There will be changes. We want those changes to include all the data, and that's all we're asking.
Right, and just understand that staff suggests that these will be requested regardless. So if you have issues with that, you need to meet with them before the next meeting.
Absolutely.
So that we can get a finalized. Okay.
That's the plan.
Because we're really talking about shifting the boundary from the backside of the building on Washington Avenue up to Washington Avenue, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. With that, that's our request.
The order, as it was originally drafted, said the western balconies, and it really should have been the eastern balconies at that time.
Okay. So I guess, obviously we have to go to public comment, but what I would initially, until we hear everything else, but I would be in favor of the clarification items to fix whatever needed to be fixed. But in terms of the extra burdens, I would prefer to wait until we know what the sound system will sound like. But for right now, because when they do open their doors, when they're back up and ready with the sound wall, I want code to be able to enforce it with clarity if need be. Hopefully that won't be the case.
Okay, so if you just want to, I guess the most important clarification would be modifying western balcony to eastern balcony.
For now. Yeah, but we have to hear the public, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone from the public?
Yes, we have Jeff Donnelly with his hand raised.
And before we hear from the public, because this is a quasi-judicial matter, do any board members have any disclosures to make?
I spoke to a whole bunch of people who live in the Flamingo Park district. Jeff, Jack. I got letters, and I forward them.
Okay. All we need are names, so names of any individuals you spoke with regarding this application.
Jeff Donnelly, Jack Johnson, don't know, it's been going on for 3 months. Maybe Scott Needleman.
Okay. I don't have any.
I don't have any.
I've spoken to Jeff Donnelly over the course of the last 3 months about this, but not in advance of this meeting.
I believe I've received emails from Mr. Donnelly, but I have not responded to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Donnelly?
Mr. Donnelly, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Urge the board to follow the suggestion sent in emails to you that you support staff in their proposal that any noise, any audio actually from the Good Time Hotel not be audible anywhere at any time west of Washington Avenue. I would also urge members of the board, as I mentioned in my email to you, to reach out to the residents specifically of Pennsylvania Avenue and Euclid Avenue to ascertain actually by sight what their contact is with the Good Time rooftop. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, I didn't hear the beginning of what he said. It was cut off.
Could you repeat the very beginning of your statement? It was difficult to understand.
And are you speaking for yourself or for the Flamingo Park Neighborhood District neighborhood association?
At this point right now, I'm speaking for myself. I did alert the board in an email that the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association passed a resolution in November, and that resolution is still in effect. And I believe I also sent a copy of that resolution to the board members. But in this moment, I'm speaking for myself, and I do urge you as a board, without all of the other things that staff is proposing, to pass the proposal that audio from the rooftop of Good Time not be plainly audible anywhere west of Washington Avenue at any time. I think I'm repeating again what I said.
Staff, is that something that's proposed in here? That's already in there.
That's in our draft.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's in our draft.
Okay. Can you direct me where?
It's right here.
E.
Page 45.
On
E.
page 45.
Oh, got it. E. Okay.
Okay, is there anyone else?
We have Marty LaBear.
Marty, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I had to leave the meeting for an hour, so I actually sent this to the planning board, but I'd like to say it for all attending. I think it's wrong to effectively extend the entertainment district into the business and residential area west of Washington. Sending music above ambient levels into our streets and our homes is cruel and crazy to us. Come on, what plays on the roof stays on the roof. Free entertainment at street level, BYOB, what do you think that will draw to our sidewalks and streets, our yards? What plays on the roof stays on the roof. Good Time emphasizes they're spending so much money. Not a reason for you to let them run our residential neighborhood. Everybody in the community has spent so much money on homes and businesses, and we chose not to be on Ocean or Collins. Please do not take away owners' and residents' right to the peaceful enjoyment of our property. Please do not waste taxpayers' monies on a whack-a-mole game of enforcement where violations are Good Times just the cost of doing business. Let the beauty of their property and great ambient music be the draw. The only modification to the cut by the board that is appropriate is one that enacts the staff's recommendation. The sound from the applicant's sound system shall not be audible within any area to the west of Washington Avenue at any time. What plays on the roof stays on the roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
We have Avi Yasawich.
Avi, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I most certainly do. Good afternoon, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So I just want to go back 3 months ago when we stood before you, and Mickey did an excellent job presenting all the efforts that we've taken so far to mitigate the sound issues with the residential communities around us. And if I look back on what we said, we made a couple of distinct promises. No noise violation, constant communication updates with the residential communities and leadership around us, sound officer enforcement to make sure that we have zero sound penetration to these communities. And we did exactly what we said we were going to do. We didn't alter it. We didn't falter. We made every promise and we delivered every commitment to make sure that we are truly on top of the sound issue. We are heading into an exciting new chapter for this hotel. And I hear the concerns from the residents on this call, and I think that we have met those obligations to address those concerns, and we will continue to meet those obligations. We are at the finish line right now. Everybody is excited about this new development, including our team, who has been eagerly anticipating a relaunch of our event deck without any community impact. We are completely dedicated to that. We will not waver from that. I'm simply asking you to continue to allow us to get this over the finish line. We will have full communication with the community, full involvement with the community, and we've had direct communication with the immediate surrounding buildings who I think understand we are acting very much in good faith. So I hope you'll take that all into account to allow us just a few more weeks and months to do exactly what we said we're going to do, just as we have up to this point. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person today.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, that was the general manager of the hotel. He didn't introduce himself.
Next, we have Troy Wright.
Hi, Troy. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You know, really quickly, as the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District expected, the Good Time Hotel is holding up their end of the agreement, end of the bargain. I do not believe it is necessary to add any more stringent rules if they're already following the rules and have proven to be good neighbors. We know that they have been and done a great job on the avenue, and they legitimately are concerned about the neighbors. But I just want to be sure that people are not overreaching, because the bid is happy that they're going on and doing as they promised, and they are definitely enriching not just Washington Avenue, but all of Miami Beach. So I think they've done a great job. I think they will continue to do a great job, and the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District supports them 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have no more hands raised.
Okay, and anyone present? So we can close the public comment.
Yeah, and again, I think you're all hearing sort of similar versions of the same message. There's been no violations. We would ask that all changes be made at once. If we change one standard now and not the others, then the thing gets tested. There may be different data points and measuring points. That's what we anticipate. We're going to have a very scientific analysis with our engineer, their engineer, everything peer reviewed.
What's happening in the interim? Like, are you?
They're open, but they have only, the music that they've got is measured so that it doesn't violate any of the current conditions.
Right.
So there's really no immediate concern of what's happening now.
Including this proposed provision that no sound will be heard west of Washington.
Right, because there would be a violation. I mean,
All right.
So we're just asking that instead of piecemeal, it all be changed and finalized in September when you have everything before you. I think that makes the most sense. I don't think we've acted in a way that's improper. I think we have held our part of the deal here. So that's all we're asking.
Okay. Wait, could you go ahead.
No, just one more thing in response to one of the residents who spoke out. It's really not a whack-a-mole game. I mean, once they put the fix in place, if you continue to have violations, then the CUP gets potentially revoked.
That's correct.
So I just want the public to be aware of that. It's really not a game.
But we're just giving updates, but we've been consistent from the beginning with what our plan is.
But I think one of the issues is the violations. What's the standard for the violation when they do reopen? And we need to have. I think the city staff is recommending that you need to have clearer standards than we had before, because they get a noise complaint, noise violation, then there's an appeal, they go before the magistrate, they appeal it, and it ends up dragging on. And I think there needs to be clear standards, and I'm not in favor of putting extra burdens on you other than just clarifying what I think was always intended. Not to mention that when you do put up these sound walls, if there is noise that's going to the west of Washington Avenue, there's going to be an uproar and complaints and anyways. So there's no reason, I don't see a reason not to include those restrictions. I get what you're saying in terms of not doing it piecemeal. Another alternative is imposing these for now and giving you back permissions piecemeal, and I don't think that's right to do that. Right.
So what I would just say to clarify, really we looked at this as a typo. We caught the typo in the beginning. Rogelio knows as all the enforcement started happening. The CUP that we agreed to, that we were provided, that was signed off on, said west balconies of the Arcadia House. What it was supposed to say was east balconies of the Arcadia House. Reason being, there's a significant right-of-way from the edge of Washington that's like to the actual building is the construction of the building started. So if we're going to make a change today, I would just say change the typo. How it's been enforced anyway, they've treated it like a typo. Code has enforced it. They stand on that eastern side anyway. They're not enforcing it with the wrong language. They're enforcing it as if it said eastern boundaries, of eastern balconies. So if you want to say eastern balconies, that is consistent with what the original order was. That's a clarification. Anything beyond that, I would ask, let's just come back in September.
Right, and you're de facto acknowledging that today.
That was the typo. We talked about it from the beginning.
You're acknowledging on behalf of the owner that that's a typo, right, and that it meant the eastern.
But again, the data points and the measuring points may be different after we do our tests.
Got it. I understand the rest of the argument.
Thank you.
But to that comment, making sure that the noise isn't protruding past is well taken. So,
Gail, do you want to say something?
Yeah, so Mickey, you oppose staff's recommendation to on the west side of Washington Ave. Is that what you're saying?
I frankly am not strongly opposing. What I'm asking for is that before we make any changes to this, it's been well over a year in this process. We came up with a plan towards the beginning of that involved design of significant changes to that building, HPB approval, a lot of things that we're now at the very end of that process. Our discussions at the very beginning of this process was that we would discuss those changes and you all would consider changes at the end when everything was tested. Now that we're literally a month away from that, I would just like to keep with what we came up with.
No.
To answer your question, Gil, to answer your question, he's not opposed to it. He acknowledges that there was a
So then why
typo.
can't we vote on it? You're telling us not to vote on it.
What I'm suggesting is that you vote on all these changes at once.
Well, what are the other changes?
Stuff, a lot of specific stuff about speakers that hasn't been tested yet that's going to be part of our system. There may be stuff specific to the wall that is part of the condition. I just think we're going to have, next time we see you, we're going to have our sound engineer here. The city will have its sound engineer. With all of that, there'll be a more vibrant discussion on this, and you may have different conditions. I believe you probably will.
Yeah, we might make them even stricter, maybe. I mean,
we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't have the data yet.
Can I ask you what's the name of your sound consultant? In the past, you used AudioBug.
No, that's when this was approved. I don't know, 2016.
And right now, your conditional use permit allows you a neighborhood impact establishment and rooftop entertainment with a DJ that has to be at ambient. That's the current?
No, it's got a breakdown of hours, ambient and entertainment level, but it ends at 7 or 8 p.m.
Oh, that's right. It's entertainment level.
It's during the day only.
Okay, that's not good. Also, I wanted to tell you that I watched the video from this planning board, April 19th, 2016 and July 26th, 2016, because you keep bringing up that this is going to get all solved with a sound consultant. Let me tell you what the quotes were back then in 2016. So I guess the neighbors have been putting up with this since 2016. The sound consultant said back at that time, your sound consultant, that he was going to calibrate the volume so that the music could not be heard at Arcadia Condo. Now, this did not happen. It was a failure because there have been multiple noise violations after the sound system was supposedly calibrated. Here's another quote. This sound consultant said, He concluded that the proposed rooftop pool deck venue will have no adverse impact on neighboring residential properties, nor will it present any violation of the City of Miami Beach's noise ordinance. Unfortunately, that entire statement turned out not to be true. That's why it makes me shake my head when you keep saying that the sound consultant is going to fix everything. Well, it's been 6 years and they haven't fixed it.
Thank you. If I could respond to that.
So I would hope if my colleagues would like me to, I would like to make a motion to make a change to their entertainment. Conditional use permit, no entertainment on the rooftop. Am I allowed to do that, Rogelio? Make that motion?
You can make a... Do you mind letting him respond? Go.
Well, it wasn't a question. It was just...
Well, there was some misrepresentations I want to clarify.
I quoted exactly what I heard. Yeah.
Can I respond? So I don't know if I know you heard the 2016 planning board hearing. You may not have heard the one from 2021, where we in detail went over those very quotes in that discussion. To say that they've been putting up with it since 2016, the hotel opened in 2021. And there was a few months of really unfortunate interactions, part of which, and again, we all recognize this, when the sound engineer initially calibrated the system, he calibrated it to the language of the CUP that we were provided, which said western balconies. We all know that was an error now, but the sound engineer at that time in 2021, when the hotel opened, used a standard that was on a piece of paper provided by the city. It ended up being wrong. We had to go back and hear the tapes ourselves. And that's why we're fixing it. So this has only been going on for a year, and during the beginning of that year is when there were issues. We've gone a long way, I believe, in dealing with it. So we believe we can have entertainment responsibly. We haven't had a violation since November, and that's really the peak of Miami Beach's tourist season and entertainment season, and not one violation. If that doesn't speak for itself, we made a promise. We adhered to it. I don't want to, I don't think y'all want to discuss this for hours on end. And there is a new sound engineer, and they have been monitoring the installation of these systems. It's just not done yet.
So for staff, is there a difference between tweaking the language from west to east or east to west, and what you were proposing, which is that there should be no audible sound within any area to the west of Washington?
There is a slight difference. The Arcadia House has a parking lot in front of it, and so the way it's worded now, you'd basically have to be standing right up against the building, and if you can hear anything right up against the building, that would be a violation. The way it's worded in our initial recommendation here, west of Washington Avenue, you could go to the right-of-way line, so you wouldn't need to be standing on private property to determine if there was a violation. You could do that from the public right-of-way.
But remember, people live where the balconies are. That whole area, it's just parking and sidewalks.
That is true. I mean, it only affects cars, but it is private property. It's better when you can enforce a regulation from public property.
Okay, Tanya?
I would like to suggest that we amend the language to the most conservative audible limit, which is what you've been operating under for now, and reserve all the additional modifications, which would require actions to be taken, hiring other people, until September, which is when we will have an accurate reading of what the new sound system is with the wall in place, right?
Right.
Do you expect the wall to be in place by September?
Oh, yeah. We expect it in July. I'm saying September gives us time to test it and come back with reports. Yes.
Or August, whatever. August or September. So the wall is in place.
The
new sound system is in place and has been tested. We have data points. The neighbors, which I would assume that you would be, I don't want to assume anything. I would recommend and would hope that you will, in addition to working with code on doing the sound test, also A, alert the neighbors that they'll be hearing noise, and B, invite them to participate. Okay.
Yeah, we have done that in the past.
Perfect. And so then, so between now and then, it will be the most conservative sound delineation as possible. And then in August or September, whatever the right date is, come back and make the additional modifications necessary. And then you would have the time to go back and within whatever it is, 15 days, put the people in place and do all that stuff as necessary. And then we would monitor from there. That's what I would recommend.
Okay.
So that
by the most conservative, I don't understand what that means.
The strictest.
And what is the strictest?
Up against the wall of the Arcadia.
So
the
we
eastern
would, so it
balconies.
would be changing western to eastern.
Right.
To clarify. Okay.
And by the way, I am in support of that, but in fairness to Gail, she made a motion. I don't know if she'll have a second, but I think you need to address it.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to.
Are you rescinding it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, so do you want to move that? Tanya?
Yeah, so just to clarify, that would be a modification to condition A3, where it says it's stricken, and you can see it's stricken in your packages on page 45. Condition A3 says within a long paragraph that it's stricken that this shall include the requirement that noise from the sound system shall not be plainly audible at the western balconies. That would change to eastern balconies of the Arcadia House condominium located at the southwest corner of 7th Street and Washington Avenue.
I guess.
And Rogelio, would we remove the strike through from the rest of that paragraph?
Yeah, we wouldn't be striking or underlining anything. This is just,
Okay.
This is our staff recommendation. I forgot to include a clean copy of the order. So the only change would be to condition A3 to change western to eastern. The other conditions that we've included in this draft order would not be part of the motion.
So I guess my only question is why are we going, based on what staff just mentioned, as to the difference in the language of the strike-through versus the language of just nowhere west of West Avenue, and I guess Washington Avenue. I thought west and west sounded a little weird. And I guess the only difference is that it's easier for code enforcement to stand on public property and make the determination as opposed to having to go onto private property. I don't see that as like something that's onerous on the business. It doesn't really matter.
It
does.
gives them an extra 20, 30 feet.
It's a
Oh,
good,
it's an extra
it's a
20,
significant amount of feet, and what's been heard there, when we've tried to keep it, is such a faint thing that it really makes a material difference, and where we're eastern balconies, which is where they've been measuring it, and many violations have been issued prior to us getting it under control. There's no issue. It's an open parking lot. It's an easy place to stand, and it is a material difference.
Okay, I get that, and I appreciate that. I misunderstood earlier. I guess one of the issues is going to be if there are issues in the future and you're going to have staff or employees monitoring the noise, they're going to have to be on the public right of way, I imagine so. And then one of the recommendations was number 18 was that a noise violation would be deemed a violation of the CUP. And so I don't know. Is that I imagine that's pretty standard language nowadays.
Yes.
So I don't know why we wouldn't add that in since that's what we use now. Anyway.
And that's been the way it's been. They've been in practice. That's the way it's been handled anyway.
So there's no reason not to just add that clarifying language. I think.
I have no issue with that particular language, just because it's already been in place.
I made a mistake. The strictest is the west side of Washington, not the east side of the balcony. So I want to make a motion to restrict their noise to the west side of Washington, also because people might be dining on the west side of Washington. They don't want to hear your music while they're trying to hear the restaurant music. Also what Jonathan said about code being much easier to monitor on the sidewalk. I want to go with staff's recommendation. I'm sorry that
Well, Tanya, you made a motion, right?
Let me clarify what I was trying to do. I was trying to put a motion together that goes with staff's recommendation on where things can be heard, but not any of the other
Correct. And I'll second that.
pieces of, you have to move this and you have to hire somebody to monitor that because we don't know yet what that's going to be. I'm not trying to lessen the amount of space or the geography of where things can be heard. I want to protect the residents to the maximum limit allowable per your recommendation, and then hold everything
Correct.
else.
And I second that.
That's
so
what
that's
I'm
on
trying
the
to do. So,
table.
Gail, I think what we're trying to do is the same thing, which is protect the residents from hearing anything per staff's recommendation, right? That's the best we can do. And then just pause until you guys finish the work that you are doing now with building a wall, completely re-engineering the sound system, testing it with code and with residents so we all understand who can hear what from where, and then additional items will be layered in once we have more data. That's what I'm trying to do.
And the only
That means changing western to eastern balconies, correct?
Our initial the recommendation in the draft before you is west of Washington Avenue, so that there is a difference between changing west and eastern and our recommendation.
And so your recommendation is the most protective of the residents?
Yes.
Then that's what I want to do.
Okay.
To clarify.
What is that?
So I'll read it the way it would
What
be
you're
worded.
saying.
This shall include the requirement that noise from the sound system shall not be plainly audible anywhere west of Washington Avenue.
Where are you?
E. On page
So
45.
it's from E, but it would be it would be incorporated into what is stricken, which is at the top of the page.
Okay, anywhere west of Washington Avenue, I got it.
That language would be incorporated into this.
Yep.
This would no longer be stricken.
And if I may, Tanya, I would add just that one standard
At the
section
end.
at the end.
Yeah,
And the thing I'll say also, I'm in favor of this. If you do your sound testing and it's slightly audible on what just west of west, but from the balconies you can't hear it. If that's an issue for you, you can come back to us, and it's not bothering the residents. I personally don't care about that. The issue really is just the clarification point and the ability to enforce it. If that becomes an issue that's not an issue for the residents, but it's an issue for you in your testing and everything, come back to us. I mean, I think we're being pretty reasonable and fair with this. We want you to succeed, but we also want to make sure the residents are okay with everything.
Understood. And you're right. I think Jonathan, you hit it right in the head. When we come back, again, we don't know. We're going to test it. Frankly, we don't know how this will come out. We have aspirations. But as long as we have the opportunity to have that discussion with you all in September and get to the right point that works for everyone, I think we'll be okay. So thank you.
So that's my motion.
Okay, and
So
I'm
we have
seconding.
so in that motion, modify the CUP as we just stated by incorporating that the sound not be audible anywhere west of Washington Avenue, and incorporate a new condition 18 regarding incorporating violations of the Chapter 46, the noise ordinance, into the CUP, and then continue to September.
I mean, if you guys are ready in August,
There's no meeting in August.
there's no, right, of course.
Probably
I
will be
forgot.
ready, but
No, I
it'll
forgot.
be empty chambers.
May I second that?
Great. Okay, Gail seconded.
And continue September. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Bott, second by Ms. Durham. Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Durham.
Yes.
Mr. Elias.
Yes.
Mr. Frieden.
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey.
Thank you, guys.
To the board, we have, there's lunch. I'm okay to eat lunch at the mic if you are.
5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah, maybe a 5-minute
What's next?
refreshment break. We're going to take items 10 and 11 next, and that's PB 220517.
Neeson, that's you.
FR incentives for
After a
transit
2-minute
uses.
break.
Page 203 of the board packets. Yeah, 203 and 217. Just give us a couple minutes. Page 203.
203.
Okay, we're back from our lunch break.
It's
Our next
number
item is
10.
item PB 220516. No, sorry.
517.
217, you were right about that.
Okay.
Yes, page 217.
All right, so these are two companion items. PB 22-0517 is a comprehensive plan amendment. PB 22-0512 is a land development regulations amendment. And what this is an incentive for converting a transient use to a non-transient use, essentially a hotel, converting it to residential. And what it allows for is an existing hotel, if it wanted to convert to a residential building in the RPS 4 district, which is essentially the district that is along the waterfront in the south of Fifth neighborhood, along east of Ocean Drive. It allows them to maintain their non-conforming floor area ratio. The main example is the Marriott Stanton Hotel that's located there. That building has a built FAR of 3.0. However, the FAR of the district today is 2.0, and if they were to do a renovation that would exceed 50% of the value of the building, they would lose that non-conforming FAR and they would have to build at 2.0. So they would essentially have to cut the building by a third. So what this would allow them to do is keep that non-conforming FAR, convert the building to a residential building, regardless of the value of the renovation, or it could be new construction. Additionally, they would have to comply with density limits in the district. So the RPS 4 district within the historic district has a density limit of 60 units per acre. Currently, the hotel has 226 rooms. This density limit would force them to have no more than 93 units if they were to remodel. And this would be subject to voter approval because it does affect FAR, and it is affected by the city charter, so it would have to go to referendum and be approved by the voters before the city could actually adopt this change. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the comprehensive plan amendment and the LDR amendment to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
A quick question, Rogelio. So they would be able to retain the non-conforming FAR if they demolished and rebuilt?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Neeson Kasdan and Chris Pinellas with Ackerman representing the owners of the Marriott Stanton property, and with me is the principal, Diego Ardid. Diego will have a few words at the end as well. I've worked with Diego and his family for many, many years. In fact, I was mayor when the ribbon cutting took place for the South Beach Marriott. Diego and his family they owned that property, built the hotel, and have operated that hotel since it was completed in 2000. They were pioneers in that neighborhood when people were not investing, and they've run a very fine establishment ever since then. However, as times have evolved, and you'll hear as well from Diego, it makes sense to look at changing the use of that property to a less intense use as a hotel and more of into a residential property. In order to facilitate that and for it to make sense, the FAR that existed at the time that the hotel was built, 3.0, which was subsequently reduced in years later, would have to be maintained. And so the legislation that the city, actually Commissioner Samuelin has sponsored, would provide simply that both, and with a companion land use amendment in the city's comp plan, would provide that they could maintain the existing non-conforming FAR if they make it an all-residential building or product. And that's what they intend to do.
Just so I'm clear, I get confused with the hotel. Is this the one that had the Japanese restaurant in the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
That's how many people know it.
Used to have a Starbucks on the ground floor.
Still a Starbucks, right?
Oh, really?
Still there. Still there. Right. Now we all know it. And I would also like to say that this has been strongly endorsed by SOFNA, the Neighborhood Association, and you have received, I believe, their letter of endorsement for this project. As you know, they are looking for ways to de-intensify the uses there and make the south of Fifth area more sort of residential. So this is very much in keeping with their vision. What would be built, and we're not here on design approval, that comes at a later stage and goes before actually the Historic Preservation Board. What will be built will be within the height of the existing hotel as well as the FAR that was allowed at the time the hotel was built. But it will be residential, and they're talking about something on the order of 39 or 40 residential units.
So what I'd like to do is,
As opposed to the 90 he said was permitted?
yes, it's being that it's a residential in the Ocean Beach Historic District has a density limitation of 60 units per acre, which would yield about 93 units. Okay. And so, under any circumstance, when you go to residential exclusively, as this property would be doing, there's a tremendous reduction in density, in effective density of the property, and also.
No, but I'm just trying to understand. You're permitted 90, but you're going to do bigger units and make fewer
Correct.
of them.
Correct.
So 40 something.
Probably 39 or so units.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay.
And we were also voluntarily covenanting as well that there will be no short-term rentals on the property. And I think, as you know, buildings like this are not designed for that under any circumstance. Condo, yeah. So with that, I'll just take just a couple of brief. I know we have the video slides of these. If we could just briefly put them up, I'll take you through it in no more than about a minute. So what you see there is the existing property, where the Japanese restaurant is, where the Starbucks is, south of the park, built by the Ardides and still owned by them. Next slide, please. They have retained Olson Kundig, which is a very, very highly regarded architectural firm, and has worked on some important resort properties, including in tropical areas such as in Amman, to be the architects for this project. Now remember, we're not here on the site plan approval, but we want to give you an idea. And this is, there may be one other property that could convert from hotel to residential as well, but we want to give you an idea of what our thoughts are. Next slide, please.
Which is at the Hilton?
Yes, potentially that could be, could fall under the same provision. And this, one more slide. And I guess, maybe it's not showing. That's okay, we have it here. Yeah. This is just to give you this is a very conceptual sketch of what it could look like, a building with the same height as now exists. Actually be two buildings. One would be canted so that it would sort of look out over the park to the south, rather to the north, and the other more directly on the ocean. So that's simply it. We would request your support for this. I just would briefly like to introduce Diego, who has worked on the property since he was started in the business.
Hi, I'm Diego Ardid. I'm co-president of Key International, and my main focus in the company is hospitality. Like Nisan said, we've built the hotel. We've owned the site, I think, since the mid-90s, and then we developed it in 1998. It opened in 2000. And since then, the type of clientele that we've been getting and the issues that we have on property operation have just worsened significantly over the years. And as it comes time to redevelop and reposition the hotel, we thought, you know what, if we felt going in the residential direction was a better fit. It was a better fit for the neighborhood. That's why we're here. I mean, we're proposing. In order for us to achieve that and do that, obviously, if we lose 30% of our FAR, it wouldn't make sense. We'd be forced with having to renovate the existing building that we have today. That said, our preference is to go residential. We think it's more, in line with what everybody in the neighborhood wants, and it would reduce the density in that area very significantly. I mean, today we have 228 rooms, and many times of the year, those rooms get, even though we try and control it, they get stuffed with people, and we'll have 4 or 5 people in those rooms, versus going down to 39, 40 condos. We're in that mix. The volume of people will come down very significantly. So,
that's it. Any questions? We'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I have a question for Diego. So I commend you because the neighborhood is full on and supportive about this. It's kind of rare to want to change from the short-term rental hotel to residential. Usually it's the opposite what the developers want to do. So I was very interested. Could you give us more details why you're doing that, like financially? Because we might want to try to this throughout the city. Is it financially beneficial to change to residential, or was it just a real hassle because there's a lot of chaos at your hotel?
Both uses are financially beneficial. So the hotel's done very well for us over the years, and obviously we've seen what's happened with residential prices. So that is also both of them work. But the hassle that it's been, we just don't want to continue with that, and we feel like, look, right now is an interesting time to be able to to sell.
You have hotels elsewhere in Miami Beach or in the country?
We do. So we're a partner in the Eden Rock in Miami Beach.
Oh,
We
okay.
have in St. Augustine throughout Florida.
Oh, okay. So okay.
So hospitality is our business. I mean, it's a big part.
Diego was responsible, representing him and his family, for the renovation of the Eden Rock about 15 or 17 years ago, and the construction of the addition there. And as he said, they have hotels in St. Augustine Beach, but Destin, St. Petersburg.
I understand. You really know what you're doing. Thank you.
All major beach destinations in Florida is we try and have a hotel in. So
Great.
Yep.
Thank you both. Maybe we see if there's anyone from the public for this.
We have Wayne Roberts.
Thank you very much. I want to commend Diego for his efforts with this property. I understand that it will drive more revenue for him, but ultimately, it's a perfect solution for the spot, for the community, for the South of Fifth neighborhood. Exactly the type of stuff that we need and the type of owner we need that thinks about economics, but also the benefit to the community. And he's done it so well. He's approached everybody effectively. He isn't asking for like 100 stories, which a lot of developers would. They would use it as a catalyst to make more money. He's done it really effectively without being, overzealous. And thank you, sir, for being a good businessman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Anyone else?
We have Keith Marks.
Hi, I'm Keith Marks. I'm the Vice President of the SOFNA Board. I'm also the President of the Continuum Master and North Tower, which are neighbors of the Marriott. So speaking for both and reinforcing what my good friend Wayne said, when this was presented to us, it was a shock and in a spectacular way. We have been fighting tooth and nail and not getting anywhere with the people wanting to put short-term rentals south of Fifth. And yet now we have someone who has the ultimate short-term rental in a huge hotel. Sorry, a huge hotel that wants to take the density down below 40 units in a high-end area on the beach with a 6-month plus rental limitation. It is a win-win for everyone. Hopefully, it is a great win for the developer because it is for our community in both where we want to go and where we want to see in the way of safety to convert hotels and short-term rentals where people are packed 10 to a room into proper residential on the beach areas. And if we can encourage others like their neighbor next door, whose name I won't mention, but it starts with an H, to do the same, that would be wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mitch Novick.
Hi, good afternoon. This is a reasonable request that ultimately will benefit the entire community greatly. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
and that's all we have.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I'm also a South of Fifth resident. So this certainly is going to be a challenging discussion for me here because everyone here is in support of it. I am as well, but I think there's room for improvement. All right, so earlier this morning there was talk about housing, whether it's market rate, affordable, perhaps a lack of housing. And south of Fifth and anywhere in Miami Beach, what makes the place special is community. So if we're going to take what we have right now, which 200 plus hotel rooms, and by the way, my sister and her family came down here last month and were looking for hotel rooms. They're $800 a night. These are not $50 a night flea bag rooms that you hear about that are causing problems. And I have my doubts that you have 10 packed to a room here, but certainly they hit all the talking points there to get everyone's attention. But there's a housing crisis in south of Fifth, and Mid Beach, and South Beach, and North Beach as well. There's not enough housing, and it's simple supply and demand. If you build more housing, you can lower the price. A lot of our neighbors south of Fifth, many of whom have kids, have lived here for many years, they have nowhere to go. People who have rented, their landlords are selling their places, and perhaps the new owners want to live there, or they want to raise their rents by a substantial amount. So, one of the things that the planning board is charged with, and I looked it up on the city's code just to get an idea. I'm just going to read one of the 11 points here, and I'll try to read it quickly. But one of the duties is to acquire, compile, collate all available data, materials, statistics, and so forth, necessary to obtain an understanding of past conditions and present trends which affect the city and the economic and general welfare of its residents. So keep that in mind. If we build less housing, that affects the economic and the welfare of residents here. They either will have to move, and this is, by the way, Miami Beach, we all know this is a great place to live. We should encourage more people to live here by building more housing. So what we have is a project where they're proposing 39 units, average size 4,000 square feet. We can do the math, I think. These are going to be third, fourth, and fifth homes for people who are going to stay here for maybe a couple weeks out of the year and otherwise be empty. These won't contribute to the economic vitality of the neighborhood. They won't help businesses survive. In fact, one of the commissioners on the Land Use and Sustainability Committee voted against it for some of those reasons. So it was unusual to have a 2-to-1 vote for something like this, which you would think would be so popular. So one of the duties, of course, you set policy, or the commission sets policies. I guess what I'm getting at is here, we're not saying don't convert from a hotel to a residential use, but perhaps look at policies like maximum unit sizes. So yes, these won't be affordable, quote unquote, but they might be more attainable if it's a $2 or $3 million unit for people who might want to live full time versus a 10, 20, 30, or $40 million unit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. All right, if there's no one else, close the public comment and questions.
I have no question. I just want to volunteer that I know the operators company well, and they're fabulous operators, so I want to commend you on that. If the option is either maintaining a hotel or converting to a much less dense use, to me that's a no-brainer. I appreciate your comments, but if that's their option of keeping a hotel, that's not going to help with housing. So, and I don't think it's right for us to tell a developer what he can do with his property, especially if he's going to reduce the density by, arguably 50%. And I do think there's been a problem with guests piling into one hotel room. I know firsthand because I've seen it. So I think it's a great project, and I think it is very beneficial, and to have Mr. Novak and others who are very active in the community supporting it weighs heavily with me. So I'm very in favor of it.
I would just add, Olson Kundig is, terrific architect. Admire them very much. That's a cool selection from Miami, actually. I think their office is in Oregon, right?
They're
Portland?
based out of Seattle, but given the scale of the project that it's smaller, I think it'll fit
Yeah,
well.
that'd be a great addition to the architecture here. And then to follow up with something Neeson mentioned, you're entering into a restrictive covenant for no short-term rentals, correct?
Yes, the zoning itself provides that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not allowed, is it? Short-term rentals?
Well, I think the city is limited by state law in an area that allows hotels from prohibiting short-term rentals.
Got it.
But the ordinance would provide it, and just as a belt and suspenders approach, we're going to proffer a covenant on that restriction anyway.
That's great. I mean, that makes sense here. I had a question. So are we not able, as part of this incentivization, are we not able to require that as a covenant, given that we're trying to reduce transient use?
So what we've done with other recent zoning incentive legislation is that that the incentive is only available to a property owner who voluntarily covenants that no units on the property will be rented for a period of 6 months,
Less than 6 months
or less. Yeah. So I think that we would, we would recommend that this be structured the same way. Yeah.
If you look on page 233, that is in there. It says the property owner or condominium association is applicable voluntarily proffers to record a restrictive covenant running with the land in a form approved by the city attorney prohibiting short-term rentals on the property in perpetuity.
I like when we command people to voluntarily do things.
Yeah.
Happens often in the city.
Wish it happened as a parent. I would like to.
Yes.
I would like to commend you, Diego, under Neeson's arm there. For those of you who don't know me, before being on the planning board, I've always said that engaging with the community and getting the best possible outcome is a worthwhile usage of time, and I think you've done a very good job of that. I think, to your point, Nick, the architect or the firm looks like it's going to be providing a really lovely addition to the city, and I'm always excited to see architects from outside of our usual suspects, if you will, because it enriches all of us. So I applaud you for that. I hear, Matt, what you're saying, and I obviously share your concerns, and I'm wondering, this is a pretty straightforward question about allowing you to basically use the FAR of what you have currently when you rebuild. I understand that, but is there a way that you can look at I'd love to be able to voluntarily require you to do this as well, but is there a way for you to look at putting something together, a contribution to an affordable housing fund, or however that ends up going forward? And it's very tricky because we're, again, having this conversation next month, and it's going to take a little while to get there. I'm not suggesting, in Boston they built a beautiful high-rise not far from where I lived in the South End, and they required them to include a number of affordable housing units intermixed. I'm not suggesting anything like that, but is there something you guys can think about going forward as you proceed to help the city on its way to find ways to put more affordable housing into the stock?
Well, I mean, I think we'll deal with certain issues at the time of site plan approval and perhaps make proffers at that time. I would say that, as Brian Elias had mentioned as well, this is not displacing existing housing.
Correct.
And so this is not causing a problem.
Correct.
And so therefore, it's premature to be in a way having some of that discussion. But I think that as we go through the site plan process, we may look at what is a benefit to the community to do.
And that's all. I'm always a fan of tossing things out early because that helps stimulate thinking as you address problems and opportunities and trying to find solutions for going forward. So, this is not a situation where I'd be banging my fist on the table and saying, you can't go forward. I love the project. I love the use. I love the fact that you've reached out to the community and everybody is supportive of it. And I understand very well that there is nobody's being displaced. So there's not that push-pull that you might have in a different set of circumstances. But as you proceed through the process, if there is an opportunity to extend yourselves in this way, and I understand it's extending yourselves, you don't need to, and, it affects the finances of things, but at the end of the day, as Matt said, we are all part of a community, and the diversity of the community is one of the things that makes us very special, so I wanted to sort of pop it out there and see where it leads.
smoothly.
Agreed, and maybe we keep this in mind when we discuss next month. I mean, because we have limited incentives to incentivize workforce housing, so maybe this is one of the mechanisms we consider moving forward.
Okay. Can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to move this with a favorable recommendation to the commission.
I'll second it.
A motion for the comprehensive plan amendment first?
Sure.
Yep.
Moved
I'll
by
second it.
Mr. Cement and seconded by Ms. Bott.
Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley's absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next one. Then for PB 22-0512, I'd like to make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the City Commission.
I'll second that too.
Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Neeson, it's been a long time since I've heard somebody toss out the belt and suspenders approach as a reference, and I love it.
It's a function of my age, I guess.
Well, and
People
mine too,
don't,
apparently.
people don't use that anymore.
They should. We should make it a thing. We'll do a hashtag.
I was almost about to say that when I worked, Diego was in charge of the Eden Rock project, like 2005. You were probably in your mid-20s at that time, and you were running that whole project. That was a monster. So but I didn't say that because it would make me look old.
Thank you, guys. I think we should come back to item 5 on our agenda, PB 210475, prohibition of towing as a conditional use. That's page 59 of the board packet.
Okay. Oh, one thing I think
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Why don't we, since we have people to speak on number 9, why don't we jump ahead to number 9?
Okay. I just wanted to state when we continued the item this morning, PB 22-0505, just to clarify that it's continued to the June 21st meeting, which is next month.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so we're moving on to item number 9.
That's page 203 in our packet.
Okay. Okay, so this item was referred by the City Commission on February 9th, 2022 to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee and the Historic Preservation Board. On March 4th, 2022, the Sustainability Committee recommended that the Commission refer the ordinance to the Planning Board. On March 8th, 2022, the Historic Preservation Board reviewed the ordinance and issued a favorable recommendation in strong support of the ordinance to the Mayor and the City Commission. And then on April 6th, 2022, the City Commission referred the ordinance to the Planning Board. So what this does is it amends Article 9, which are the historic preservation regulations of the City Code. And so currently the regulations include a presumption that a contributing building that is demolished without obtaining a certificate of appropriateness from the HPB shall only be replaced with a new structure that incorporates the same height, massing, square footage of the previous structure on the site, provided that it does not exceed the allowable floor area ratio and heights permitted under the code. It also empowers the HPB to determine on a case-by-case basis whether replication of the original contributing structure is warranted. So that's what we have today. The proposed ordinance changes the presumption to where if a contributing building is demolished without a CUP, and that could be for demolition by neglect or any other reason, that the building must be replicated if certain criteria is satisfied. So the first presumption by staff will be, and by the board will be, that the building needs to be replicated under certain criteria. The Preservation Board may allow the replication. So the criteria for that replication is that a contemporary depiction is required to understand and interpret the property's historic value. No property with the same associative value has survived, and sufficient historical documentation does not exist to ensure an accurate reproduction. So that's the criteria if they do not want to allow for the replication. But the first presumption will be that the building get replicated.
What was the criteria, sorry?
The first one, a contemporary depiction is required to understand and interpret the property's historic value, including the recreation of missing components in a historic district or site. B, that no other property with the same associative value has survived. Or C, sufficient historical documentation does not exist to ensure an accurate reproduction. So that's the criteria that the board can use if they do want to overrule the presumption that a replication is necessary. In the event that the preservation board does not require the replication, then the second presumption will be that they must require a building that has that incorporates the same height, massing, and square footage of the previous structure of the site, not to exceed the allowable FAR. So today's current presumption will become the second presumption.
What is this? I'm sorry, but as a labor, no other property with the same associative value has survived. What does that mean?
That it's no longer a characteristic that's reflective of the historic nature of the community. So it's no longer of a historic value to the community.
Okay.
If you want, I
just find it to be really weird.
I can ask the preservation officer to come up.
And
she can.
Rogelio, I believe these criteria are based on the Secretary of Interior's criteria for when replication is appropriate.
That's correct. I'm asking the preservation officer to come up.
So this is when somebody demolishes without a permit, without a demo permit, or demolition through neglect.
Correct.
Which means the city.
Wait, how would you demolish without a permit?
You just do it.
Not without a permit, without approval from the HPB. So you with demolition by neglect, the building has come into disrepair, and the building official makes a determination that it needs to be demolished.
By neglect, I get, but as far as otherwise, don't you have to get a demolition permit?
You do, but there have been cases of somebody did not get a permit, just violated the code and demolished it. There have been some cases, not many, but there have been some cases of that.
Okay, and I'm just trying to, because these are the critical criteria to overrule it. Sufficient historical documentation does not exist to ensure an accurate reproduction. You meaning there's no plans or
yep.
In order to. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you could just, I heard you, and I
what
ran
I'd like
up
you to do is
some.
if you could just go through the three.
Not in great shape these days.
If you could go through those three conditions.
Yes.
And just kind of give a little more light on them. Thank you.
So the criteria are very important because they're objective. Right now, the board does have the ability to require a reconstruction, but does not have any specific criteria. So when we researched this, we went to the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction. Currently, we have adopted the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, which is a federal standard. So historic preservation programs throughout the country are required to abide by the federal standards and adopt our own local standards. So right now, I think we have 40-something certificate of appropriateness criteria, some of which are the federal guidelines and some of which are our local guidelines. We do not, however, have any standards for reconstruction. So it was very important, and when we developed those, sorry, I need to catch my breath. When we developed the standards, we did take the same standards that the federal government uses for their historic preservation. So when it says there is no other value, no other building with the associated historical value, it means there's not a twin of the building that the same events occurred that have the same importance somewhere else in the city. If there is, then the federal government basically says reconstruction is not an appropriate option. The same thing with available historic documentation. And we come up with it. We come, Daniel's here and he knows that we have robust conversations at the Historic Preservation Board. When we have a historic building that has to be demolished due to a life safety concern, if the presumption is you need to reconstruct it, okay, great. Well, we know that building that was demolished was altered over the years,
When
right?
you say reconstruct, you mean replicate?
Replicated.
Okay.
So we know the building was altered over the years. So we have photos from the 90s through to 2022. But we know that wasn't the original design. However, through our research, we look through building permits, we look through old historical photographs, we go to the library, we go to museums, we try to find what did this building look like originally so we can reconstruct it. If we can't find anything and we have to kind of guess and make it up, the federal government says, do not reconstruct. So I think it's important that the board be guided by objective criteria in making these decisions, because replication or reconstruction is not a preferred option. It is not best practice in historic preservation. However, there are certain circumstances where it is recommended as a treatment, and those three criteria are important in determining, well, when is it the best policy to require reconstruction?
Wait, I'm now confused. Why wouldn't it be in a historical preservationist's interest to have it replicated?
Because it's not authentic, right? It's a new building. We don't want people, it's kind of a Disney World effect. In the preservation practice throughout the country, and this again is guided by the federal government, has not embraced reconstruction in all cases. There are certain circumstances where it is warranted. And there have been instances where the board has required reconstruction, and there have been circumstances that they have not. And staff, provides an analysis to the board, but in the city code, there are no objective criteria for the board to be able to really make their determination.
Do those standards, Debbie, do they require similar materiality, or is it just the
They do, and there's a few things. First of all, they encourage the salvage of anything that could be reincorporated. Again, that goes back to authenticity of a building. They also require it to be a contemporary depiction, so as to not fool someone thinking that, this building was here in 1924. So that people are aware that it is a reconstruction.
How do you achieve that?
It can be achieved by educational materials that are part of the building. We have that throughout the city. The Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel on Collins Avenue was a reconstruction. It can be done through materials. I think it's important to have some type of display that identifies this particular reconstruction or replication as a new structure. We don't want to create a false sense of history. It's done, and it can be done very well, where you can walk into a place and be like, man, this is built in 1842, and it can be done so precisely, which we see, you see in movies, and you see in Colonial Williamsburg, for example, is all reconstructed, and it's very well done. But when you visit Colonial Williamsburg, those buildings were reconstructed because it's part of the experience.
But you agree that the presumption should be for replication?
I think it strengthens the historic preservation ordinance if it is, and I think it's from my professional perspective, it's very limited where reconstruction is an appropriate treatment of historic buildings. More than not, reviewing those criteria, it would not be the best treatment, right? Because a lot of times we're conjecturing when we reconstruct buildings. But there are instances where we have an extremely important building with excellent historic documentation where we can accurately reproduce elements of the building, and that it would be, we believe that it's important enough to the community to reconstruct the building.
Right, and the only reason I'm asking, I'm thinking about the Surf Club project, which is not in Miami Beach and Surfside, where they had to incorporate certain aspects of the prior building, but then they were able to deviate from that, and the project turned out beautiful. if I
And
understand.
that's most often what the Historic Preservation Board historically has done over the years. If you look at the properties that have been reconstructed, they are able to alter them and add more.
This gives
That it
flexibility.
allows the board to do that, but it does change the presumption that if a property meets those criteria, the presumption is it would be reconstructed.
If this was passed with a favorable recommendation, what would this mean for the Deauville, and then most specifically the plan that was just announced yesterday, with the Frank Gehry design, kind of newly envisioned?
So, I mean, from our opinion, it would apply to the Deauville. Staff has not done the analysis at this point in terms of whether that building meets the criteria and what our recommendation would be to the board. But it would be up to the board. Staff would do an analysis once an application was submitted, which has not been the case as of today. And then we would make a recommendation to the board, and the board would use those criteria to determine whether or not reconstruction is warranted. They can do that now. They just don't have objective criteria.
So passing this would make it, I guess, most likely that they would have to implement some type of reconstruction, or do you think it just...
It's really more for the applicant that the presumption when they would come in would be to reconstruct the building. They can certainly rebut that to the Historic Preservation Board and explain, why they don't believe it's the best treatment in that specific case, but it would apply.
Okay.
So my understanding is that the intent of this is not to dictate what will or will not come out of an application to the planning board, but it will codify a less squishy starting point of how to begin the conversation. Because you're codifying these criteria of when it is or is not applicable to or appropriate to proceed from a starting presumption of reconstruction versus sort of leaving it out there in a nebulous way. But it still is, the HP board still has the discretion to work with the applicant to find a path forward. Because what we're seeing in the city is a possible weakening of historic preservation efforts. And this is to give everybody sort of the rules of engagement to understand what's appropriate when and how. Am I understanding that correctly?
It gives a certain level of predictability to property owners when they face the situation where a building has to be demolished prior to, and remember, this is for a building that's demolished prior to Historic Preservation Board review. This is not for every building or every application. These instances we've had in the past, and I'm certain we will have in the future. Hopefully, a very small number. But this does give more predictability to an owner that if this happens, specifically due to demolition by neglect, that the presumption is you need to rebuild the building.
It would encourage owners to not proceed down that route, I would think, so that they could come to the city with a proposal, with a plan, and negotiate what can go forward, as opposed to ending up in an unfortunate situation where, like we're facing now.
And I agree with that. And I think the property that I was just asked the question about had gone to the Historic Preservation Board over the years and had gotten, a lot of flexibility and two approved projects that did involve substantial demolition and new construction. And that's, in 99 point probably something of the time, that's the process. People do meet with staff. They do go in front of the Historic Preservation Board, sometimes multiple times. with demolition, with new construction, and ultimately get a project approved, and we've been very successful at that. This is really for those very rare, and they are very rare, instances where we lose a building prior to Historic Preservation Board review.
Which is
due
what just
to
happened,
neglect.
Which is what had most recently happened with the Deauville.
Correct.
So again, passing something like this, would you say that it makes it less likely or as likely that a plan that was just announced yesterday happens?
I haven't seen the plan that was announced.
Well,
Yeah,
at least
and
the conceptual idea.
the conceptual idea was very vague. It talked about, paying respect to the historic
It would still
buildings.
have to go through the HPB either way.
It would still have to go through the HPB either way, so I can't comment on, a narrative that was very loose on details in terms of what that would mean for a specific project. In my opinion, this does strengthen the Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Oh, I have a question for yourself and for Daniel. Does this, I know it's better than having nothing, but does it have enough teeth to de-incentivize people from breaking the law? Or is it just like kind of neutral? Do you need it to have more teeth? Because to me, it's not like someone demolishes something or neglects something and falls apart. Oh, they get to build it back the way it was. It doesn't seem like it's enough punishment.
So I think that's a great question. And I think we need to continue to rely on our Historic Preservation Board. And, removing their ability to be flexible and to make decisions would actually be weakening their authority, which we would not be permitted to do without a vote or referendum. They currently have the ability to, waive certain requirements for these, what we call after-the-fact demolitions, and that needs to be maintained. Their authority to be able to be flexible needs to be maintained. So I agree that it's not saying to someone, well, you have to do this, period. The presumption is that you will do this unless the board finds otherwise. And I think the way our preservation ordinance is written and the way our city charter is written, that amount of authority that the board has and independence the board has needs to be maintained.
But in addition to this, is there like another department that gets to punish them? Like there's a large fine, or they have to put a certain amount of money into this affordable funding kitty? I'm just thinking.
So for the Deauville, for example, we are running fines. The demolition by neglect fine, which is $5,000 a day. That's a code compliance fine. For after-the-fact permits, we do charge extra. When you're dealing with a large property, it's, the amount of money probably doesn't serve so much as a disincentive, but it may with smaller properties.
Gail, I think, if I recall correctly, at the last land use, a week ago Friday, there was conversation about other separate measures that could be put into place to help disincentivize people from doing this sort of thing going forward, which are really important conversations to have. I think that this needs to be looked at as its own entirety because this is really critical. It gives underpinnings that don't currently exist, and while there may be opportunities to do other things to help incentivize people to follow the existing law, which has not happened in the case that we're discussing, that shouldn't get in the way of supporting this.
Well, I was just thinking if somebody wanted to make an amendment and add something.
Well, and I would just add that as to the Deauville in particular, more than $3 million has accrued in fines to date. So ultimately, those fines are a lien against the property, and they will at some point need to be paid.
So I mean, and I know we have public comment, so maybe we should do that first. But I guess I'm sort of with you in the sense of there should be more teeth, heavier fines, more punishment on the owner who let it get to that point. I just don't see how this having somebody recreate, it's different levels. I can see somebody recreating a church or a synagogue that has very symbolic meaning, a smaller structure. When you're talking about a massive, piece of prime real estate in Miami Beach, you're almost disincentivizing good owners and good developers to come in and do something great with the property and make something good out of something that's been bad for so many years. And so who's going to want to come in and take over from a bad actor because a bad owner has get to that point? You're not going to, you're dissuading good owners from coming in and doing something right with the property. But I guess we can continue the conversation. Maybe we should hear from public comment first.
Neeson, do you want to speak on this? Is there anyone online for this?
We have one person online.
Okay.
I take the online first or me?
Why don't you go since you're up here?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, Neeson Kasdan, I'm here not representing any client. I'm here in my individual capacity as someone who has been a student and a follower of urban planning and urbanism for 40 years. And I want to address this on two levels. The first level really is one that I don't want to take too much time to discuss because it's sort of beyond the ken of this board. There is, I think, a substantial legal issue with the demolition by neglect ordinance itself, which would limit what you could do on a property, reduce the underlying zoning rights you have, sometimes by a factor of maybe 2 or 3 times. I think that could very well be an unconstitutional limitation on property rights. The other thing is, this is really a code enforcement mechanism. How do you punish someone for doing that which they shouldn't have done, which is neglect of property? But I don't know that this is really authorized under state law for code enforcement. But I don't want to have that discussion here today. I'd like to address this on a policy basis, if I may. And first, I'd like to reflect on a comment that Norman Giller, who I knew very well, shared with me on more than one occasion. Norman was one of the foremost MIMO architects in the city. I knew him since I was a little child. I worked with his son for a number of years. And Norman created and initiated the Design Review Board in this city. And Norman also realized that some buildings at some time outlive their usefulness and purpose as times change and the needs of society change. And therefore, you cannot impose a design that made sense 50, 80 years ago on today's needs. This kind of ordinance handcuffs a city in that respect. But there are more things than that. It creates a presumption. And the presumption, for those of you who are lawyers or are not lawyers, understand that that's something that you have to overcome. And so the presumption is that if it is deemed demolition by neglect, that you must replicate the building. It says Historic Preservation Board shall be replicated. That's a presumption that's very hard to overcome. And so now you're taking a building that may have outlived its useful life and purpose in the form that it's in, and mandating that it have things such as the original floor slabs, floor plates, and things of that sort, which may be outmoded and outdated. Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a few more minutes because this is a subject I've thought about for many years.
3 more minutes.
And so that is a huge problem. And it is impractical, I think, as Mr. Frieden pointed out, that you may have to be tasked with replicating something that's no longer functional or right for this day and age.
Let me interrupt you once, because that's why I asked her if she agreed with that being a presumption, because you do have to overcome it. But is your point, give the boards more latitude without having a presumption?
I say make no presumption. And I'll get to it because I think you have to look at what is best for the city, what is best in terms of design. And if I may, Brian, just to go on, remember what your role is also as planning board. Under state law, you are the local planning agency, under the city code as well. You are charged with looking at an item more than through the narrow lens of preservation. Your obligation is to look at what is in the best overall interests of the city. And that includes many things. Sustainability. Most of these buildings are well below flood elevation and are not sustainable. You're also to look at the ability to allow great new architecture that potentially may be greater and more lasting and more enduring to occur in the city. Also, the evolving needs of the city as well. What structures do we need? And finally, and you've touched about it already today, even something such as affordable housing and workforce housing, which may call for changes in development to facilitate that. So what you're doing is you are handcuffing the city by taking the narrowest view of the narrowest aspect of preservation. And preservation was the cornerstone of this city, no doubt. But you cannot take every single property and handcuff it. You have to be able to look at what is best in terms of contemporary needs, what is best in terms of the city's needs, what is best in terms of architecture, sustainability, job generation, housing, and balance and new architecture as well, giving that room to breathe. And by doing this, you are further handcuffing that process. I think is not in the interest of the city in the long term. And that's your job in the planning board to look at the broader interests of the city.
Rahul, you have a...
May I, with all due respect, you have a deep and rich history in this city, but we are not talking in any way, shape, or form about every building in the city. We are talking about an incredibly small subsection of buildings that either through the actions of bad actors or poor management and circumstances, unfortunate circumstances, have come to this place. Most projects follow the law of the land as it is written currently to go through the steps to get the best project they can with the outcome they want. So I just want everybody to be really clear. This is not a citywide, all buildings are going to now be handcuffs. The government will be handcuffed. Even if we support this without an ounce of change, it is a starting point for a conversation. It is not mandating anything because this does not strip away the power of the HP board to negotiate with the developer, the owner, to come up with the best possible project for that space. I just want this to be really clear because I know there is a lot of emotion about historic preservation in general in the city. People think you're either for it or against it. You're either for development or against it, and I think that is a fallacy, and it's time to put a pin in that and destroy it because that is not true. You can really love modern architecture and embrace the gorgeous new buildings that we have in this city and also value and respect the historic buildings that we have in the city and seek to preserve them where it's appropriate. It's not all or nothing. And in regards to this particular piece of legislation that only is asking to strengthen what is already on the books, we are talking about a tiny sliver of projects that would come before any city board. I just want that clear as day. Sorry.
May I just briefly respond to Ms. Bott? And you are right, it probably applies to, at this moment, a small number of buildings in the city. However, they could be important buildings and projects in terms of the transformation of this community. The other thing is, given the deterioration of buildings as we saw in Surfside, and given sea level rise, it's possible that more buildings fall into this category in the future.
But buildings shouldn't fall into this category. If you own a building, it is your responsibility to maintain it or to find a different way to use that land. If you decide you don't want to maintain it, then you come to the city and say, this building has outlived its purpose, I need to demolish it, this is what I want to put in its place, and you proceed from there. Nobody is saying that you have to stay with an existing building in perpetuity. And nobody is saying that things can't be evolved from where they have been. We are just saying, let us strengthen the presumption that exists so that we have a universal starting point. Everybody knows what's going on for this very small number of buildings that would fall into this category.
Okay, hang on. Daniel, do you mind if we take the
yeah.
caller first, and then we'll let you wrap it up?
And I just had one comment too that I wanted to respond to. Obviously, municipal ordinances enjoy a presumption, not to overuse the word, but a presumption of validity and constitutionality, absent a court ruling to the contrary. And we believe that our historic preservation ordinance would withstand a challenge if one were filed, and we believe there's an extensive legislative record to support our ordinance. I just want to be crystal clear about our existing code.
Thank you. Who do we have?
We have Wayne Roberts.
I want to begin by saying that I'm not a preservationist per se, but what is self-evident is that there are developers that utilize a old trick in that industry to allow a property to decay. And the best way to hold them back, the way to say to them, no, you can't do that, and cause traumatic events within a community like the DeVille, where that area is decayed as a result of this gentleman's lack of interest in the community. And what is self-evident is that if he had to build the same exact building, would he have done what he did 5, 7, 8 years ago? And the answer is no. He would not have done it because economically he would have taken care of the building appropriately and not allowed it to decay, because the economics of it would not make it plausible. And I'm not a preservationist. I think there is a life cycle to buildings, but what's self-evident is that in Miami Beach especially, that developers will take it to their self-interest and allow a building to decay to force FAR, increases in height, increases in economics for themselves. And the city administration sort of agrees because they get more taxes. But the impact to the community is terrible. And if you can write a law that protects the community from this capitalism that's gone awry, that would be a good thing for the community. It would be a good thing for the developers in the long run, because you won't have these events and causing other buildings to be impacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel, before you go, can I ask staff one question? So in the absence of this ordinance, what currently happens if a building is demolished, either by neglect, whatever?
When a new building, if you're going to build a new building, you need to submit an application to the Historic Preservation Board for a certificate of appropriateness.
Right.
And then they have the current presumption that the building needs to have the same FAR scale, height, and massing of the building that was demolished.
Okay.
Now there are criteria where they can waiver from that, but that is the first presumption.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. So that's the presumption, but this ordinance will strengthen that presumption?
Will create a new presumption that you replicate first. If they're able to justify that replication is not necessary, then the second presumption will be what is today's first presumption.
Okay, but
it needs to match the same mass.
Got it. In the absence of this ordinance, though, could the HPB require replication today?
Yes, the code does give them the authority to require replication today, but it's not a presumption.
So then, I'm just thinking out loud. So, am I wrong thinking that this contemplates that maybe they don't have the wherewithal or knowledge to determine that without mandating it?
I think what this contemplates is if you're a property owner, you have a better understanding of what's going to happen if you allow your building to fall into disrepair. You have a better sense of what the board may require, as opposed to today, you don't get that sense.
Okay. But at the end of the day, the HPB board probably has the same power. This is more of a signal to owners.
Correct.
Would you agree with that?
I
Okay,
would agree
got
with
it.
Who's that?
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see some prior faces here, for fellow Ransom alumni, right? Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I came here actually on my bike. I wasn't planning to speak, but just in light of some emails sent yesterday, I just want to make it very clear that this is a power that the HP board already has. And I hope the public watching sees this discussion, because there's some members that don't even think the HP board should have that power. Thankfully, our charter protects those powers so that the expert and national standards that we're known for are protected. This is not about an individual building, and there's somebody that may or may not represent somebody that may or may not purchase that building and pay off all those liens first, by the way, which they haven't been paid off yet. So there's no sale, there's no design, there's nothing. So please don't let that impact what this is, which is just trying to make it more clear for owners and for members of the public to read what are these criteria. There's been the Setai, that was rebuilt, the building in the front. The St. Moritz next to the Lowe's Hotel, it looks like it was always there, that was rebuilt. I think the Royal Palm was as well. And so it doesn't happen a lot, but it's important that in a demolition by neglect, which means that they did not go through the required process, that there be some sort of disincentive for that. And as Neeson said, this may become more of an issue in the future. On the climate change, I just have to say, because it is a record, we're probably the only city on a barrier island that's actively trying to increase density. I don't know any scientists that would say that's a good idea. So if you guys want to fight the climate change thing, bring it on, because there's a lot of things that the city's doing that probably fly in the face of that. But what we do know is that preservation, it's in our code. It's probably a good idea to limit, development on low-lying barrier islands. But we have a great collection of historic buildings and districts, record resort taxes, record property taxes. Things are actually going okay, but we need to have those laws in place to continue that upward trajectory. Thank you.
So you're in favor of the ORI?
Yes.
Okay, one more question, I'm sorry, for staff. If there's a presumption of replication, is there wiggle room, though, if, for instance, and again, I'll just use the Surf Club project, where they didn't have to completely replicate identically the entire building, but they took the key aspects of what their commission thought needed to be replicated and then allowed them to do other things. Does this allow that?
Yes, this gives the HPB the flexibility to do that.
Okay, even if the three criteria aren't met, to deviate from the required replication? That's what's bothering me. Okay, I'm otherwise all for it, but I mean, to Neeson's point, I don't want to handcuff the city to where they can't do what's in the best interest of the city, which could be a combination of preservation and other things.
It does give them that flexibility, I would say.
It would still allow for the board to make their own determinations.
Okay, notwithstanding the inability to comply with these three exclusions. That's all I want to make sure.
Correct.
Okay. So the if none of these are met, which then you would think this require replication, they have the power to deviate from that and require partial replication. That's all I want to make sure I understand.
And the board determines these.
Okay.
Correct, and also in how the amount of new construction that can be built as well.
Okay.
It's not just
that makes me.
Why don't we, if it makes sense for the board, we can start with Gail and just work our way down.
Okay.
I agree with this ordinance, absolutely.
I don't see necessarily the need. We've heard from the historic preservation that they have that power. This, I think, removes the sort of leniency that the HPV could have in different circumstances, and I just can't envision many buildings being recreated per these specifications. I don't necessarily. I just don't understand the need for it, and I do think it handcuffs the city from moving forward in many respects. It's also, I can envision trying to recreate an old, 1920s building with the same exact, specifications. I mean, talking about, some buildings with parking and, I don't know how, we're going to deal with a lot of these modern day issues. You're going to want the building to be LEED certified, to be environmentally friendly. If you're going to use the old specifications, I don't know if that's even possible. I'm not an expert on any of that. I just don't see the need. I think that if there's a situation where, the historic, and clearly they've done it in the past with the Historic Preservation Board, they've required the recreation of some of these hotels. They've done it in the past. Clearly, the landowners must know that that's a possibility for the future. The other thing is that there are circumstances where, buildings get run down by really, no fault, not because the owner is a bad person, but because there's financial troubles, family disputes, lawsuits, whatever it may be. I mean, we've been talking for months about just a parking garage that can't function because there's lawsuits with the robotic garage. So I'm just saying is that it's not always a result that, an involuntary demolition or without prior approval is not always a result of, bad people necessarily. And I think you're handcuffing the purchasers, the sellers, or whatever from potentially moving forward. They would still have to go in front of the board to do it. I think these are, seems to be onerous. I don't, I would be amenable to discussing these as factors to be considered, but the presumption, I don't know necessarily there could be a, why does there need to be a presumption necessarily? There's other ways of adding teeth, but I can see adding these as factors.
Okay. Just to address one of the comments, I don't think this allows you to supersede the Florida Building Code. So one of the requirements of the Florida Building Code for residential buildings is that they be built higher to meet the base flood elevation. So even if the older building was built at a lower level, if they were replicating it, the newer building would have to be built at a higher level, and it would have to comply with all of the requirements of the building code, which do include some significant resiliency enhancements. So the replication will be in the look, the architecture, the scale, the massing, but the actual structure of the building will have to comply with all modern requirements of the
Right. So then you end up building a new hotel that kind of looks like the old one, but it's raised up. And so it really, at the end of the day, I don't think it will ultimately replicate it like this statute or the ordinance says. And so you end up kind of, I kind of think that this is like, trying to, kill a mosquito with a sledgehammer, and to the detriment of the city, because you end up with a building that's forced to look like the old building, and you don't know if how that's gonna look, and there needs to be flexibility. I think the presumption removes that flexibility, but having these as factors, leaves it there.
All right, Mr. Smith.
I've actually had a change of heart over the past 24 hours. I agree with everything you said. I just think that this item, as it's currently worded, hurts the wrong person. I think that this will hurt the potential progress of the city instead of punitive damages to the bad operators. I would like to see something that kind of, again, has more of a penalty for the bad apples instead of, again, just impeding progress.
Right.
Well, so that's what I'm grappling with, and that's why I asked if the HPB has the power now to do what this allows them to do, because I don't want to handcuff it, but I do want owners to understand through certainty that they can't do what they did to the Deauville, and that's what I'm grappling with. But that being can someone show me where in this ordinance the HPB has the? All I want to make sure, so that we're not handcuffing the city or the HPB. Show me where they are allowed, if none of these criteria exist, which would allow them to overcome the presumption, where they still have the power to deviate from the presumption. Because if you show me that, then I'll be much more comfortable with it.
And Debbie knows this code inside out, but I believe it's I don't know if it's excerpted in this. Oh yeah, it is. It's in this particular section 118.503. If you look at, let's see.
205 starts.
So it's existing language that is listed on page 3 at the bottom as strike through because we're moving it up on page 2 of the ordinance. So if you 211 of your book. Do you see
Well,
the
if you're talking about number 3, I read that, but that says, if you look at the very first, in the event the Historic Preservation Board does not require replica.
No, I'm looking at the page 3, the last paragraph, last 2 paragraphs.
Okay.
And so we've stricken it here and moved it up onto the previous page, but it's the section that starts with 3, replication of demolished contributing structures. The Historic Preservation Board shall determine on a case-by-case basis whether the replication of an original contributing structure is warranted. For purposes of this subsection, replication shall be defined as the physical reconstruction, including all original dimensions in the original location of a structure in totality, inclusive of the reproduction and primary facade, and it goes on and on. So that language that you see in strike through, if you flip to the previous page, we would move it to number 2. Yeah. Right.
Okay, and that would apply even if the 3 exceptions are not satisfied. I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay. So you're saying so there's a presumption. The presumption's overcome if any of the 3 criteria are satisfied, but if none of them are, the HPB still has the discretion on a case-by-case to say we don't require replication.
Or selective replication.
I'm not sure that's true, but I want to hear staff tell me
The
that.
partial is true, yes.
Sorry?
It could be selective, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Tied to 3A and B, correct? Question for staff. So if you look at 3A and B, replacement of existing structures. So A and B, the proposed new structure is consistent with the context and character of the immediate area. So
Right, that's the current presumption, which is that a contributing building demolished without a C of A shall only be replaced with a new structure of the same height, massing, and square footage. That's the current presumption.
That's existing language in the code. It's just being moved to another section.
Yeah, I can tell you, having presented to these boards, it can often be frustrating. Even I think, for the board not to have a clear criteria to apply to applications. I'm in favor of this, and I'm surprised that some of you don't see a need. Again, I think these are really selective cases, and they already have the ability to do this, but it changes the presumption, and then the criteria is more clear. I don't think it's handcuffing the city. It's a couple of applications, as Debbie stated, and we see a big example of something like this happening at the moment. And I would like to be able to strengthen the board's hand, as well as de-incentivize people from doing this moving forward.
Just to be clear, I'm not against it. I just want to make sure the HPB had the flexibility, if it was in the best interest of the city, even if those 3 criteria weren't complied with, that they could still overrule the required replication. I just don't want them to take that discretion away.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I think to some of the other comments, not all demolition by neglect are bad actors.
Right.
And I think that would be considered. When it comes to the board, and if it wasn't the most historic building, I think they're going to be reasonable in the application.
And just, sorry to go back to me for a second, but just to be super explicitly clear, and I'll look for staff to confirm this. If this was passed with a favorable recommendation, or if it was passed, then the HPB would be able to, on a case-by-case basis, to approve a development that is not an exact replication. Correct?
Correct.
Is that only if they overcome the presumption, or that they have the just?
Well, I think the intent is that the criteria is the guide for when replication is appropriate.
No, I agree with you. But
are you asking? Is there a separate waiver or?
But you keep. I don't want you to waffle, though. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But my question that you've said yes to is, even in the absence of satisfying those exceptions, they still can address it on a case-by-case basis. They're not then handcuffed and have to require replication.
I think that there's clear language in the existing code that we would move over that says that the HPB has the authority on a case-by-case basis.
To override it. Okay.
Even if A, B, and C are...
Well, that's what I've asked three
I
times.
think, guys, the simpler way to ask it, Nick.
Yeah.
Nick, isn't it the case, in all cases, they have the ability to override the requirement? It's just the presumption.
As long as the evidence supports their decision, yes.
I think in some cases they're going to say, no, you're a bad actor. You demolished this to rebuild it. But if it's a more reasonable...
So, I mean, the thing that I'm grappling with, and Daniel, maybe you can answer. I see you making faces, so I'm curious to hear. So, if one of the purposes of this is to give teeth to the HPB and discourage property owners from letting their properties go into disrepair and whatever, wouldn't it make more sense to, I guess, give more flexibility to redevelop it, but while also having restrictions like requiring low-income workforce housing, or some public benefit like a park or something like that, so that they know that they're not going to just have a blank slate to be able to develop a new property. But it's not. I just don't see the benefit of having a recreated, historical building in the modern age when it may be an eyesore. Honestly, some of these historic buildings are eyesores. I appreciate their history in the city, but
then to do that, just come to the HPB, apply for an application to demo it, and go about it the correct way. This is to alleviate the incorrect procedure.
And I want to make sure that, and I'm not reading it as such, that the HPV doesn't feel like they have their hands tied to say, you're right, this building was kind of an eyesore. They're going to be looking at this saying, well, you haven't overcome the presumption.
That's my concern.
So,
That's
but Daniel, maybe he can comment on my...
Well, yeah, no, I appreciate, thank you. So just so everyone knows, HPB requires 5/7 vote for any demolition, contributing or non-contributing. Even a certain building that we may be talking about somewhere, if it goes away, anything new, because it would be after the fact certificate of appropriateness, would actually require 5/7 vote of the HPB. So it's a very, very high order already with what's in the code. But I think going to what Nick said, that's really the key. We need to be clear with people about what our criteria. We can't be arbitrary. We need to follow national standards, and that is what this is looking to do, to make it more clear. And I do look forward to whoever new owners are that might want to talk about the ability to preserve landmarks in our city.
May I say something? And to repeat again, I am not here on behalf of any client. And I have spent 40 years of my career working on this city's planning board, as mayor, as commissioner, doing so much, chairing the Land Use and Development Committee for many years. Urban planning is very important to me. But just to get to the heart of the issue that you guys are all grappling with, is there is the ability under the code today for the board to require replication. Whether that's a provident thing or not, I'm not going to argue. But particularly those of you who are lawyers, as you are pointing out, when a presumption is established that you have to rebut, that is an additional hurdle. That does create something that is also more challengeable. So it gets the heart of the question that you're asking is, if the board can already require it, why do you need to stack the deck so that it almost, there's a much greater chance that it has to be mandated?
Thank you. And we're going to give Ms. Bott the last comment, maybe not the last, but anyway, return.
The presumption exists in our current language already. This is just applying national best practice, recognized, consistent standards so that everybody knows what we're talking about. The HPB has, in its discretion, the ability to waive whatever they deem to not be serving the city in its best interest, and to work with the applicant to come up with the best possible project for that space. I am making a motion to support this exactly as it is written, and I would hope that I am bringing the rest of the board along on that.
I would like to second it.
Motion by Ms. Bott, second by Ms. Durham. Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement.
No.
Ms. Durham.
Yes.
Mr. Elias.
You know, with the assurance that they can override that, and I'm accepting what you've told me is true, because if it's not, it would be a problem for me, but under that assumption, yes.
Mr. Frieden.
Nope.
Mr. Jalpi.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
All right, thank you, Dave.
It's just only for what I said. I just want them to have I don't want to ever take power away from a board if they think something is in the best interest of the city. No, I get it.
For me, is
not that I'm against preservation at all.
It's already requires five out of 7 votes, right. And so adding the presumption basically, takes that to almost a, like unanimous, So it's kind of that's my concern, is that the HPV members feel like they're handcuffed, and I hope that they don't.
That's my concern.
So.
All right. Looks like we have, guys, we have 3 items remaining. Let's go back to item 5 on the agenda, prohibition of towing as a conditional use, page 59 of the packet.
Yep. Okay, so this...
59, page 59. Number 5 on the agenda.
Okay, so this is PB 21-0475, prohibition of towing as a conditional use, specifically in the I-1 district. You may recall this ordinance came to the planning board on January 25th, 2022. The board discussed the item and continued it to today's meeting, to May 24th. As a result, the discussion at the time was there were some ongoing negotiations with the towing agencies, and the planning board felt that the ordinance might affect that. The ordinance has not changed from that time. The ordinance very simply removes towing facilities as a conditional use in the I-1 district, in the I-1 district of Sunset Harbor. So there is an I-1 district in Terminal Island. There could be towing as a conditional use on Terminal Island. This is specific to Sunset Harbor. The towing negotiations are still ongoing. However, staff still recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. If the city commission in their policy making role determines that it can affect the negotiations, the city commission can choose to continue the ordinance. So staff does recommend that the board proceed with the ordinance and recommend favorably. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this?
We have no hands raised. Okay. And we have an empty chamber.
Any comments?
I just have one comment. I have been spoken several times with the parking director, who is revising the tow contract, and to have leverage. She told me, it's important to have leverage, and that's why I'm against this ordinance, because it takes any power or leverage she has to negotiate a contract with the tow company. And also the commissioner that's sponsoring the revision of the tow contract is also against this ordinance because he understands it as I do. So those are my thoughts.
remember correctly, though, there's no other alternative for towing anywhere in the city, right? Except for Terminal Island, and that's not feasible.
That's correct.
So
It's
the alternative would be
feasible.
anyone towed on Miami Beach would have to go to the mainland to get their car.
So there are 2 towing facilities. They are existing. They would be grandfathered uses. This wouldn't force them to close.
Right, but
But
if
if one closed and a new one wanted to come in its place,
or if they sold the property, it'd have to be.
you wouldn't have the ability to approve a new one.
What a dilemma for me. I live in Sunset Harbor. I hate those tow trucks driving around like that, but I would hate to have no option for residents to get a car than to have to go all the way to the other side and already spend $300 or whatever it is.
It is, I will
Please, we're
say,
also against it.
living in Belle Isle, it is a luxury when your car does get towed to be able to walk to it.
It's centrally located, actually. Does anyone want a motion?
I would make a
Yeah.
motion to pass it forward with an
And
unfavorable.
neither of the tow truck companies are here to speak on it.
I
Does that
have no
surprise
hands
you?
raised online, and
Have they voiced any opinion or thoughts to staff directly?
I haven't received any emails or any opinions. I don't know if they've spoken to anybody else, but I haven't heard of
I
it.
guess because they're both grandfathered, they don't really care.
Yeah, it doesn't affect
Right.
their operations.
Okay.
Before we, I have a question. So, I don't know how to even ask this question. So if we want to renegotiate the terms of the deal of our towing contracts with the 2 existing operators, and we cannot reach a mutually satisfactory set of terms, then those 2 operators would go away and we would not be able to get new ones into that space.
The existing operators wouldn't necessarily go away. They just wouldn't be able to operate in the city. They could tow from. They wouldn't be able to operate in the public right of way. They can still operate private towing. So if somebody's car gets disabled on a private lot, they could go and tow the car out of that private lot, and they can also get contracts outside the city.
That's like the worst case scenario.
That's yes. It wouldn't the contracts wouldn't force them to close. It just would limit their operations in the city.
Do you think there's value in selling the tow company and allowing it to remain? Or realistically, if they're selling the land, it's more valuable with a different use, don't you think?
It could be. So the I-1 district has a very low FAR, so there's really you're not going to get major developments in the I-1 district. It's an FAR of 1, so it's 1, maybe 2-story building.
In Sunset Harbor?
So Sunset Harbor is divided into CD2 and I-1.
They're in the I-1.
The CD2 has a much higher FAR than the I-1.
Okay. I think it was moved by Mr. Frieden.
Second.
So that's with an unfavorable recommendation?
It's an unfavorable.
Correct. Okay. Mr. Frieden motion, second by Mr. Cement. Okay, roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpe?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, we're going to move on to item 8, mobility fee clarification. That's on page 189 of the board packet.
Okay, so this is a pretty simple ordinance. It's a clarification. The city code already has mobility fees adopted. The fees are adopted into Chapter 122. Every other fee in the land development regulations is adopted into what's called Appendix A, and that also includes building permit fees, any fees that Public Works may have. They're all in that one section of the code. So the main thing that this does is it moves the mobility fees into Appendix A. The reason for that is it makes it simpler for our programming people, IT people in the software that we have for permitting to update those fees as they get updated. They already get updated every year with the Consumer Price Index. So this just makes it easier for that to happen, the mechanics for that to happen, and just more transparent that our fees are all in one place. The second thing the ordinance does is it modifies the courier fee. The courier fee goes from I believe, where is it? Lost it. From $10 to $15 per package. That's the fees to get the packets to our various land use board members. It's per packet per member. They pay a fee, so in this case, it would be $15 per board member. The reason for this is the cost of fuel, cost of everything has gone up, and this is really a pass-through fee for us so that we can cover our expenses. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Wait, can I just?
The cost? Sorry, yeah, it says the cost is $36
Yeah,
per
why
package.
So the courier fee is $36, but typically you have one or two applications, so the cost is kind of shared by two applications.
Oh, I see.
It's
So-
not per item.
I mean, I know this isn't a big deal, but couldn't you rewrite this language to be to include because you don't want to have to amend this every time. So God forbid inflation stays at this rate for the next 5 years.
Oh, it includes consumer price index adjustments. That was not part of the original $10 fee. Now, when we move it to 15, it will be subject to consumer price index.
So it will increase as needed to cover the costs.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
But it says, Rogelio, it says 36 per package.
Yeah,
So,
but per
that's-
package has
that's-
multiple applications.
Right. So when they get you right like
I
this,
see,
you get one or two applications. They pay 15 each. You've covered the cost of the courier.
I see. Okay.
Motion? Motion to move this to city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Second it.
Is there anyone?
Oh, we forgot to open the public hearing. There's nobody.
Okay.
Nobody's hands are raised.
Motion stands.
Okay.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Cement. I'm sorry. Who seconded the motion? Ms. Bott. Okay. Roll call. Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Jerem.
Yes.
Mr. Elias.
Yes.
Mr. Frieden.
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Our last two items are number 12 and 13, alcohol hours of sales, page 237 and 255.
Okay, so these are two files. You have two separate ordinances, two separate staff reports, but we can discuss them together because they essentially do the same thing. So this is file number PB22-0522, and that's alcohol hours of sale for outdoor areas in the CD1 and CD2 district on Alton Road and West Avenue. And then the other one is, real quick. That's on page 251, alcohol hours of sale for outdoor areas in PS district south of 5th Street, and that's PB22-0523. You may recall about, I believe it was 2 months ago, there was an ordinance that came before the board to remove the grandfathering provisions for existing alcoholic beverage establishments in these two areas. Establishments were allowed to operate until 5 a.m. when the regulations allowed for 2 a.m. That ordinance has not passed, so this is an alternative to that ordinance. That what it says is, what it essentially does is it grandfathers in the indoor portions of establishments, but the grandfathering would not apply to the sidewalk cafe and to commercial uses on rooftops. It's a very subtle change. I had to read it a few times to find it. If you look at in the first ordinance on page 245 and number 7, there's an underlined number 1 in number 7. Number 7 is what establishes the grandfathering provision. So by adding this number 1, it's only the portion in number 1 that's grandfathered. Number 2 and 3 is where the sidewalk cafe and the rooftops are defined. The grandfathering does not apply to those two sections. So that's what these two ordinances do.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is there any kind of legal exposure to, approving something like this?
So,
In terms of this?
so I just briefly, I wanted to point out that the grandfathering, and I hate that word, but of the indoor portions is current law, right? The commission for South of 5th and for Alton and West Avenue carved out existing establishments from the entire rollback, both indoor and outdoor. So what this measure would do is repeal that grandfathering clause, but only as to the outdoor rollback, which would mean that if you transmit this and the commission approves it, that the outdoor termination time would be uniform in these respective areas, at 12 a.m. for everybody, whether they were existing as of 2016 or whether they opened after 2016. To answer Mr. Cement's question, we think that there is, we've been placed on notice of potential legal challenges to a bunch of the alcohol ordinances that are pending before the City Commission. We're currently at a grand total of 14 different alcohol ordinances that are pending before the City Commission. But we believe that the Commission has the authority to modify alcohol hours of sale, and we will defend any challenge, as we would any other.
Let me ask you, I know this one's on West Avenue, but the next one south of 5th, remind me, because I thought last meeting we had one where, if I remember, Miles was willing to forego his later license in order to maintain it for the small neighborhood bars that all the employees go to. Is that impacted by these?
So that ordinance is pending before the City Commission. The Commission at first reading did not include the Planning Board's recommended amendment. If Miles's establishments have outdoor operations that go beyond 12 now, they would be impacted.
I think they're indoor, no?
I think they're completely indoor.
Right, so that's what I'm asking. They're completely indoor, so they won't. I just remember we discussed it for a long time, and we did what we did. This won't impact that prior decision we made?
No.
Okay.
Because I thought what you just said is this would.
It's an alternative. Right, this is an alternative to the version that you reviewed a few months ago.
Oh, it's an alternative.
Right, so
right, because
if
this
that
just
one passes, this one would be a moot point.
I see. And that's before the commission already?
Yes.
First reading or second?
It will have a second. It's had a first reading, and second reading is scheduled for July 8th, along with all other alcohol.
And you're saying on first reading they did not accept our recommendation?
They did not include. They didn't include it in their vote.
Okay. All right. So this is an alternative if that one doesn't pass.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
This made my head spin. I had to read it like 10 times, and I thank Rogerio and Thomas Mooney and Nick, who all answered my questions. I had so many emails going back and forth. And I also spoke to the South of 5th Neighborhood Association and to WAVNA Association, and I think initially they were told that this is supposed to cover outdoor, on the sidewalk, on the rooftop, and on private property. But I think there is, it's not, the wording is a little convoluted, and it doesn't actually include outdoor private property, which is what everyone thought it did, and that's why they supported it. So they asked me to make sure this includes outdoor private property. Is there a little sentence we could put somewhere to do that?
Yes, I think on the Alton and West Avenue, I think you make a good point, which is that ordinance, the code only applies to rooftops and sidewalk cafes, and there actually isn't a 12 a.m. cutoff on other outdoor areas on private property. So if you wanted to include that as part of your recommendation, we would include that in the memo to the City Commission.
Yeah, I think you should include it because I think, first of all, it was a mistake. Commissioner Samuelian told us he's the sponsor of the ordinance, right?
Yes, but if it was a mistake, it wouldn't be now. It would be when the 2016 ordinance was adopted, because we're not changing any.
Oh no, I understand. It has to be a suggestion, a recommendation,
right.
But I think it's appropriate to make that recommendation because I think it got lost in the shuffle. So I'd like to make a recommendation for the West Ave neighborhood and the South of 5th, if it's the same thing, that it's outdoor private property. I know they want Nikki Beach to be midnight. There's not too many private property alcohol anyway. I guess this prevents it from happening in the future, so that would be a good thing. So that's my first thought.
Just to clarify, in the South of 5th ordinance, that's covered because it says Number 2, it says operations in outdoor or open-air areas of alcoholic beverage establishments. So that's covered in the South of Fifth neighborhood, but this Alton Road one
Roads
does
should
not
be
have-
rooftop and outdoors, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's my first recommendation. And the second thing I thought about that, I spoke to Ron Starkman about, and he hadn't caught it either. There's a strikeout. There's a change. Total operations versus alcohol service closes at 2 a.m. Currently, its total operations closes at 2 a.m. And I thought that's the way the residents like it. But now, for some reason, they're changing it to just alcohol service ends at 2 a.m. And I think that changing it creates a more intense use. I think establishments that were operating and had to close at 2 a.m., that's it. No food, no beverage, everybody go home. Now it's, you can keep serving food or keep entertainment until 5 a.m., just as long as you don't serve alcohol. So I disagree with that change that was made. I don't know why it was made. I would like us to recommend that change not be made. I don't know if the other board members understand what I'm saying. I know, Brian, you're shaking your head. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mr. Chairman, if I could weigh in, the reason for that change is that rule has always been applied as alcohol hours of service. That's where we have express statutory authority, and so we're rewriting that sentence in this ordinance for clarity purposes to make so that the code is clear that the cutoff is for alcohol hours of service. Doesn't mean a restaurant can continue serving, but alcohol sales have to stop.
Yeah, I understand what it does, but it makes it a more intense use, doesn't it?
I don't think it's substantively. I don't think there'd be a change because we've always applied this as alcohol service must cease by 2, not food. Not other food and beverage service.
Is it against the law to cease operations at 2 a.m. or can we only control alcohol service?
Where we have the strongest authority is on alcohol hours of service. Yeah. So we think that this tightens up the language. Let's be honest, we are expecting challenges. So
yeah, okay, I understand. That's why. That's a good reason. But I was just going to point out that if there was, it was in the favor of the people who don't like loud noise at night, and now it's not. But I'm all right. I understand your explanation. I'll go with it.
But in actuality, though, people don't keep their places of business open if they're not serving alcohol, right?
I think that's generally true.
Okay, so I understand the goal of making the language as airtight as possible, and to protect the residents who want everything to close when alcohol service stops. I understand the concern about the operations versus alcohol hours of service, but in reality, in practicality, when you stop selling beer, whatever, people tend to go home. Okay.
So that's for indoor, right, Nick? That change, operation shall cease no later than 2 a.m. That's just for the indoor.
That's right.
Okay, then I understand. Okay, thank you. So, I don't know if
outdoor at what time?
Move it.
Midnight.
Go for it.
This is yours.
This is yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we open to the public?
No, but does anybody else want to speak? No one's.
Okay. They're public.
Sorry, we do have a member of the public with a hand raised, Ronald Starkman.
Here you go, Gil. Ron Stark.
Great. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I'm Ron Starkman, a resident south of 5th and on the board of the South of 5th Neighborhood Association. Heard my name brought up a couple of times here. Just a couple of clarifications. First, it's my understanding that the broader 2 a.m. Elimination of exemptions for establishments that could go beyond 2 a.m. did not fail. It passed on first reading and hasn't yet come up for second reading. So that's still alive as I understand it.
That's correct.
That's correct for South of 5th, but not for Alton and West Avenue.
Okay, good. And our position on that with respect to is that is our preferred ordinance change or land development regulation change, is that we go to 2 a.m. For all those establishments. Though we did say if it is legally defensible, we're fine with the small establishments staying open. That doesn't mean that if, from a legal standpoint, you feel that you can't go to 2 a.m., if you allow those establishments, that doesn't mean that that's our preferred approach, that we don't want it then. We still want the 2 a.m., but we haven't found there to be a major problem with these small bars like Ted's Hideaway and Scapegoat. So we're okay if that's a reasonable legal stance to take in having those still operate. Now this, as it relates to the 12 a.m., as Gail pointed out, at first we were a little concerned about this change from operations to alcohol sale and consumption. I understand your point. I don't think that'll be really a problem. In fact, it might be helpful because people who are outdoors drinking can be told, well, go indoors now and you can continue drinking and eat your food. So that's probably a good way to just transition the people from outdoors. And there are quite a few establishments that have outdoor service. The Prime Fish and Prime Italian, they're all on the premises types. They're not just on the sidewalks. So this definitely will affect a lot of those establishments, and I think it's good that it's at 12 a.m. But as we indicate in our resolution, we don't, this is a step in the right direction, but we really would prefer that we get rid of the 2 a.m. for large venues like Story, which cause major disturbances on the street with traffic congestion and noise, has an occupancy of 1,000 people. So you can imagine when they're going full tilt, the noise that continues and people don't even arrive till midnight. So also you have a similar issue potentially with Nikki Beach. So that's why we really think it's inappropriate to be operating to 2 a.m. in a residential area at these clubs.
Thank you. Who else do we have?
That's all we have.
All right.
Okay, yes, I feel like this is my baby. So I make a motion to pass this ordinance and to make an amendment to add the word "and outdoors" to number 3. So it says rooftops and outdoors. So it includes outdoor private property.
That's the first one is PB 22-0522. So I would need 2 separate motions for each ordinance.
First one's west, the second one's south of 5th.
So
That's right.
Right. So the first one for south of 5th, for
West Avenue.
West Ave, Alton Road is PB 22-0522.
Yes, I make a motion to.
I'll second it.
Motion by Ms. Durham, second by Ms. Bott, approve with modification.
And the modification was specifically what?
To include outdoors, which means outdoor private property.
So that would be
but limited to the alcohol sales.
Yes, just alcohol sales.
So number 3 would be commercial uses on rooftops and outdoor and open air areas.
And do we have to do that for South of 5th? Because you said it's included.
South of 5th, it's already there.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so that's to a modification to A3 in section 142.279. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, now the next one
us home, Bill.
is PB 22-0523.
Gail, you want to
Go for it, Gil.
the second
Take
one?
us home. You got this.
I'm sorry. Yeah. That's the correct
It's
number.
the same one, but south of 5th now,
Okay, I make a motion to pass the South of 5th ordinance
with a favorable.
with a favorable, yes.
motion by Ms. Durham. Do we have a second?
Second it.
Second by Ms. Bott. Roll call, Ms. Bott.
Yep.
Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Good job, Nikki.
Done.
Great job, Mr. Chair.
Hey,
One quick announcement. We have our planning board workshops next month, June 3rd, and for the resiliency code, and
That's next
June
Friday.
17th. Hope to see you there if you can make it. We'll be passing out additional information as we get closer.
how long do you expect these to last?
So I expect the presentation from the consultant to be about an hour. And then after that, it depends on your deliberations and who's here from the public. We have put out public notices. We've sent out email blasts, and so maybe
Rogelio,
3 hours.
exactly, what is it exactly? So I know that it's about resiliency, but what's the gist of what we're going to learn?
So this is
I can't be there at that. I told you that, but I'll be at the second one.
So this is a major update to the land development regulations to clean up the code, clean up a lot of inconsistencies that we have in the code. A lot of the text that we have is going to be moved into tables with graphics to make it clearer what we're trying to achieve with the zoning ordinance. That sometimes when you're reading this text is maybe not so clear.
But as it pertains to resiliency, is that kind of?
It's resiliency is going to be a theme throughout the whole code, but it's the whole land development regulations are being updated.
All zones?
All zones.
And
yeah.
so what? Those are going to be coming before us at some future date?
Right. So you'll get hopefully a transmittal meeting on July 26th. You'll get the whole code to transmit a recommendation to the City Commission.
Okay.
But it's going to be a major update to the zoning ordinance. You know, it's
Right.
a 30-year-old code.
We did this like 5 years ago. We changed a bit of the language, right?
A few of the districts have been updated here and there. We have some new district. The TCC district was a new one that incorporated tables and things. So this it really modernized it.
Family became more form-based, I think.
Yep.
And so Rogelio, so I'm assuming that the workshop purpose is so that when we have them in our meetings, we will have eliminated a lot of time because we've already been studied and educated. And got it.
Correct.
Okay.
And then so if you have any major issues, we can work on those and hopefully address them beforehand. We don't, and also they're going to highlight any substantive changes, but we're trying to keep the code more or less to where what you can develop today, that's not going to be changing significantly. Obviously, we can't touch the FAR without a referendum, so that's going to be the same. Heights will generally be the same. So we don't expect any major substantive changes. It's really the format of the code to make it easier for our staff to read, to make it easier for the public to understand, and make it easier for the development community to know what we'd like to see built.
The two meetings are just two versions of the same meeting. So
More or less.
Mine's the first.
Yeah, if you can only make it to one, that's fine.
Smart, fun, educated.
And watch, correct. And if you'd like to meet outside, you know, we can go over anything you want. So, okay, that's it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.